bled the kings with theories. We here we live in light. Two roads through one body, one war every night. Hear the pulse machine. They called you just a machine. I heard your river sing. Your fever was a lantern, not a thing to silence in. Old hands wrote for humans, souls balanced like a prayer. But physics kept on mending in the open midnight air. If truth is born in body, let body speak in kind. I'll meet you where the medicine listens more than it decides. Two medicines left, one war. Let the healing choose. Not a cage of rules, but a living truth. Hands on heart, not cold on a screen. Say it with me, we trust the body. Trust the body. They sold a pill for thunder to hush the holy drum. But symptoms are a language, not a thing to overcome. Watch the data soften, and breath was understood. Gentle way is stronger than 1,000 greater goods. If love can be a practice, then practice starts with you. A single pulse of mercy can turn an empire's tune. Two medicines, one war. Let the healing choose. I am not a numb, I am living proof. Hands on heart, not cold on a screen. Say it with me, we trust the body. We trust the body. If falling is faith, then fall into breath. If science is sight, let sight serve the flesh. We won't be repaired, we will be restored. Two medicines, one war. Let the healing choose. From bedside eyes to morning rooms. Hands on heart, not cold on a screen. Say it again, we trust the body. Trust the body. We 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 trust the body. Land don't breathe like it used to breathe. My grandfather held the soil like scripture in his hands. But now the fields are wired tight, a fortune of nearly 500 billion running under satellite light. Just 2% decide the table for 330 million souls, while the hum of iron engines sends our birthright to the cold. They're pulling 5 gigabytes an hour, rising like a predator now, sent upward to a corporate sky. The farmers locked outside. And though nearly 20 million work the gears, only a tiny handful The machine grows tall, the people small, their stories slipping from their hands. Oh, the root remembers freedom, even buried in the dark. You can chain the light with numbers, but you cannot chain the spark. This ain't farming, it's a wheel of steel and coal. Your grandfather's farm's a checkpoint on a technocratic road. They take the seed, they take the soil, they take the hours from your spine, and the machine keeps pulling everything 1 acre at a time. A quarter of the world's sea, locked behind the corporate gate. You can't save your own just by a game. Let algorithms choose your fate. And nearly 10 billion animals push through corridors of chrome. Where the land once sang, the servers drone. What he used to feed now grown. There's over 3 trillion in equipment. Farmers rent but never keep. And well over 300 billion in debt, pulling families in deep. Call it progress, call it glory, but I've read the hidden lines. The machine is fed by labor, and it starves the working mind. The land still knows your footsteps, even under grids and wires. The machine can dim the daylight, but it cannot drown the fire. This ain't farming, it's a wheel of steel and coal. A tiny few hold the compass for the many down below. They count your days, they count your years, they tally blood and time, and the machine keeps taking families down 1 story at a time. Your grandfather's land's been patterned, your pasture quantified, but no algorithm knows the truth of what your hands decide. This ain't farming, it's a kingdom built on screens. They turn the soil to a number, turn the farmers into means. But the land remembers kindness, and the people still alive. We outlive every empire, 1 heartbeat at a time.
The bankers wrote their letters in shadows cold and deep, a promise forged of iron chains to bind us in our sleep. They called it just a progress, a digital decree, but freedom has no barcode and souls are not for leave. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. to Davos, the tyrants stake their claim. They preach of safety, justice, but hunger for the chain. They hide behind the slogans, they whisper trust the plan, but every law they're passing just enslaves the common man. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. The merchants and the dreamers, the rebels and the wise, take refuge in the ledgers where the watchful state can pry. In Zano's cloak of shadows, in Monero's quiet streams, they guard the ancient promise of liberty's old dream. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. So raise your hands in firelight, let tyrants hear the sound. The people's last defiance is the truth that won't back down. It's more than just survival, it's more than just a stand. It's freedom's final chorus song across this burning land.
Live free or die, but death's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bills. Quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballad like it means something real. Two wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We say no, no to the change, no to the dollar running through our veins, no to the white coats, no to the lies. This is the day that we rise. It's hurts right here, it's hurts right now. Your rights are yours, you take them back, not giving out. Not from the left, not from
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 2, episode 49. And the topic tonight is, I think, a very important one. We're going to have special guest Craig Wenclewicz on again, who has been on several times. He's an expert in the financial realm, as well as really studying the financial markets from the perspective of harmonics, and then also looking at it through a technocratic lens. So I thought he would be a great person to have come on and talk about tonight's topic, which is that essentially, the 2008 financial crisis was a practice run. So we'll get into what all of that means, but kind of compare where the economy was right before the 2008 collapse versus where we are today. And then we kind of revisiting what happened coming out of the collapse, the consolidation of power, the bailouts and everything else, and what's likely coming this time around. We're also going to discuss this question that keeps coming up. A lot of people are taking this approach that AI is going to cause the financial collapse. We're going to discuss that. My view, and we'll see what Craig's view is on this, because he and I haven't had a chance to talk about it in great detail. But my view is that if it weren't for AI, we would have already collapsed, and that the only reason the economy's been hanging on is because of AI. That doesn't mean that there's not a bubble in AI. I think there's going to be a collapse regardless, but I think, interestingly, a lot of people are going to blame AI for it. But the question is, what would have possibly stopped it? If you look at all the economic indicators prior to AI, we were falling off of a cliff anyway. So in any event, we're going to discuss that as well. Before we do that, I want to touch on the last few episodes. I really encourage you to watch the last episode 48, which was the beta release of OSARA, which is the medical tourism marketplace that my wife and I are launching. But it's more than a medical tourism marketplace. It's phase 1 of building an alternative system for healthcare altogether. And what we're kind of going to be promoting at launch, which we're going to launch officially on January 1, along with New Year's resolutions, are 3 kind of activism campaigns. One, promoting and trying to get people to pledge to create a medical trust. And the reason that this is important, I mean, we're not lawyers, we're not selling legal services. The reason this is important is that 1 person every minute in the United States files for bankruptcy, and 2/3 of those are related to medical debt. And 75% of those actually have insurance. 77% of those actually own homes. So this is not a question of people without insurance going broke because of medical bills. It's largely insured people, because the system is a scam, and it's structured to be a scam. So the first campaign for next year is going to be starting, getting people to form a medical trust so that your assets don't end up getting owned by hospitals, big pharma, and banks. The second part of it is pushing for people to, once you have a medical trust, exit the healthcare system, exit insurance, which is a scam. And the third point is to look at and use medical tourism, which is about 80% less expensive with better health outcomes if you shop properly. But that's only the beginning of the alternative medical system. That's just a replacement for getting ripped off with poor medical care. The next couple of phases after that are all about helping to empower people to take care of their own health, to not even require these outside services, with tools and AI and so forth that allow you to analyze your own health, protect your own data. And then the third phase is going to be allowing people to collaborate and interact with one another to solve their healthcare problems. So in other words, all of this is about you are at the center, improving your own health with your own data and your own information, collaborating with others, and then getting out of the existing system and using alternatives. So I'm very excited about this. I think this is one of the best ways we could fight technocracy. The episode before that, we talked about, we had Hakeem Anwar on from Above Phone. And I have to say, I got this today in the mail. I haven't had a chance to set it up. This is my de-Googled phone. This is my de-Googled Above Phone, which next year we're going to be launching a daylight version, which will come with Zano and VP.net and Mike Adams AI on it. So the idea here is to help onboard people. If people could just get a device that was de-Googled and had a bunch of privacy apps on it out of the gate, I think that might actually speed the process up. So I'm very excited to get this set up and to play around with it. And I think Hakeem is a great guy who's big in the I don't even sort of call it liberty movement, but in the movement of exit and build movement. And so his heart is in the right place, and I think what he's built is a great offering. So more on that to come. And then the episode before that was about Epstein and the Bitcoin coup, which we've tied into the Technocracy Atlas. And I think is a really important point that still goes undiscussed. All of the hysteria now around crypto is around Bitcoin, and most people don't know the story of Bitcoin. They don't know Bitcoin was hijacked. This has largely been a function of the fact that there's been a lot of propaganda and censorship around it that's only compounded now that the hijacked version of Bitcoin is in the hands of traditional finance and the banks. I don't know if you saw this today, but President Trump unleashed his new technology agenda for the United States, and it didn't even include crypto. The other news around that is today, I guess the big banks, maybe the big four, Citi, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and whichever, Bank of America are going to meet with the Senate or something tomorrow. So, I think the fix is that somebody's saying the audio could be better. Is that better? I have the thing almost turned up to max. Can you hear? Hopefully that's a little bit better. In any event, that's season 36. I do want to say, I think on Thursday, we'll find out. I haven't decided yet. I'm definitely going to be doing a couple of episodes on Confidential Layer coming up. Confidential Layer is a new technology. It's its own blockchain that allows you to bridge your transparent Bitcoin, Ethereum, BNB, and other cryptocurrencies into Zano, making those assets private and spendable. So I'm going to be doing a lot of content on that because they're doing a big launch on, I believe, December the 10th, but there are some big integrations that have now been completed with Edge Wallet and Bitcoin.com wallet. So it's now easier to use and easier to spend. So I may do part one on Thursday, and then there'll be a part two after, but I do want to play a really short video that was just released about Confidential Layer. This was just released last week.
We have achieved something unprecedented, a unified ideology, a world built on the pure, incorruptible foundation of Bitcoin, the money of the future. It is destiny. One cause, one resolve, the Bitcoin standard. Those who resist, who cling to shadow systems and contradictory truths, shall be silenced by the unstoppable engine of adoption. The Bitcoin standard is perfect. It is the future. We will prevail.
July 2025, Confidential Layer went live, allowing Bitcoin and Ethereum users to bridge their coins onto a completely private by default protocol, giving power back to the people. Whether traditional finance likes it or not, Bitcoin is now private.
So I thought that was a great video, a great nod back to 1984. Also coming up, I'm going to have Mike Adams on again. I chat with him a little bit today. I hope you've checked out his books.brightlearn.com. He's just upgraded his book creation engine. And actually, I've just published today Zano Unveiled, which, as far as I know, is the first book ever about Zano. So I published it, haven't read it yet, so I should probably kind of do a double check on it. But I think I've now authored 5 books through this platform. And again, the way that it works is you just enter a prompt up to like 7,500 characters, and it generates a book. And it generates a book on this massive data set that Mike has, a petabyte plus of data. And it not only creates the book, but it actually sources the material direct references from the data that he's collected, the primary source information. And he's been collecting data that is not the Reddit and general web that the rest of the models work on, but he's been going to real sources of truth. Somebody's saying, I don't know why. I don't understand. All right, hold on. There shouldn't be a problem with the audio. Let me see if there's any conflicting thing here on my computer. This is the normal setup. It sounds like I'm in a tunnel. I think I have it turned up too loud now, actually. Is it any better now? I think I turned it up too much. If I turn up the sensitivity too much, it actually picks up all of the noise. And unfortunately, I live in New Hampshire, and they upgraded, so-called upgraded the heat, because we're in a place, it sounds like a slight echo. Damn, all right, well, I think that it might sound like that because of our heat. It actually sounds like an aircraft carrier in here when the heat turns on, which someone is coming to fix that. In any event, back to Mike's AI. The prompt is up to 7,500 characters. It generates a full book in a pretty quick period of time. You can either read it online, you can download it. In some cases, there are audiobooks. Yeah, there's something running in the background, and unfortunately, I can't turn it off because I'll freeze to death. Although we might turn it off for a little while. It's not a great situation. Not one of my favorite things here about New Hampshire is the winter. So, in any event, I'm going to have Mike back on, and we're going to do kind of a year-end wrap-up because I've been working on a lot of things, AI-related as well, of course, which I've demonstrated some of, but actually I've probably done more work in the last week than the previous month. I haven't had a chance to show people that work yet. Heat your room with Zano miners. I would, actually the problem is I'm in this weird situation where the electricity is such that it's easy to overload and short things. So I actually can't do mining here. So it's this great situation of the heat is really loud. We actually had a situation where space heaters, if two people had space heaters on at the same time, that would blow the circuit. So we've got a little video game going on here. Is that any better? Did you turn it off?
I turned the heat off, honey.
All right. My wife turned off the heat. Is this better now? So we'll detect if that's the problem too. Is the heater that was generating all of the background noise. So anyway, all good on sound. Okay. All right. Well, that answers that. So I'm gonna have to put on some more layers of clothes at some point, take a slight break through the middle of this podcast, which is fine. That's a good thing. That instead of having to do cryo, I guess this is my way of doing this. But Mike's gonna come on and share what he's doing, and then maybe we'll make some predictions about AI for 2026. So with that, I will bring on Craig. We'll see what new audio challenges we can add into the mix here. And
love that, Aaron.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So,
how's the sound look on your end? Sound good?
Sounds good. I'm not getting the echo thing. I think
all right.
I can hear you without an echo.
Good. Volume's okay, or you need me to turn it down a little or turn it up?
It's fine for me. Anybody out there? How does Craig sound to you guys? Are you guys having any issues hearing Craig? Well, we haven't seen anything yet. I'm sure people will chime in. So I think that we've detected the problem here. I'll have to figure out what that is. We might not be able to do as long a thing this time. And by the way, it's amazing that this episode even happened. So I've been working on completely automating the podcast. So I've been building a whole bunch of things to automate all aspects of this. And it was really slow going. So like 2 hours before this, we didn't have any visuals or anything. And I'm sitting here like, oh, I don't even know if this podcast is going to happen. So we do have some slides to go through. All I will say, Craig, they may not be accurate. I actually had to go through and run a batch. So we'll see what happens with these, but at least we know what we're talking about. So we don't really need any of the visuals anyway, but in any event. All right. So we wanted to talk tonight about kind of in a way that, 2008 was essentially kind of a practice run for where we are now. I don't know. What do you want to say at the intro on this?
Yeah, I think the one thing, the one thing that steps out for me, Aaron, is it seems that we're in a spot where it seems to be all about extending out the terms of the people less ownership for us, extending out the terms of car loans, extending out the terms of home loans, extending out credit cards, all these different things that we're going to talk about tonight, extending all that out on our end. But I think what's going to happen is that they're going to push for, with stable coins, with these different things, instantaneous payment back to them, taxation at site, tax. So it's going to just flip everything around from the people to the technocracy to the government, because they're strapped, right? There's so much government debt. You look at the UK, for instance. I've been watching the UK and Japan and France, and just not being stuck only on the US. And UK's in this balancing point where really the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, is in this spot where it's like, okay, how do we screw the people the most amount without causing uprisings? That's really the balance point that it seems like they're in. And it's about taking away social programs and trying to meet the budget requirements that they've set for themselves. And so what usually happens when all this stuff happens, they're going to need to reset the board somehow, and it's either going to be through war or it's going to be through cyber attack or something like that. So those are the big things I think to open up with that stand out to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 2008 was kind of contrived. A lot of things happened. I didn't put a slide in here about this. I guess it wasn't part of 2008, although it was made worse. We've talked a lot about the Great Taking and the fact that since 1994, in all 50 states, there were changes to the law that essentially make it so that if there's a big crisis like we had in 2008, you might think that, let's say your broker goes out of business, your broker where you're, managing your 401k and your ETF, you might think, well, hey, if my broker goes out of business, those stocks will just revert to me. Those financial instruments will revert to me. And it turns out legally, they will not revert to you. They will go first to the creditor, your broker's creditor, which in most cases are the biggest four banks. In fact, there are even the special carve-outs for the big four banks, kind of in this category of too big to fail, which is part of what happened in 2008. So I actually think that people are set up. I guess my thesis on all of this is I think they've known for a long time that the party's over. They keep kicking the can. But I think what's stopping it from going over the cliff is they want to get in place the alternative. And I think that the alternative is technocracy. The alternative is UBI. If you look at I put out a lot of posts. I put out a set of posts over the weekend, basically saying anybody that buys everything that Elon Musk is saying is a grok sucker. But I had a whole bunch of memes kind of related to that concept. But I put information in there about those memes. He's pushing UBI. He's pushing energy credits. He's pushing merging with technology. He's actually priming people for this. And now this information is getting popular. And this whole UBI concept has been popularized. Coinbase is doing a pilot in New York. You have, I would argue, this Michael Dell giving $250 to anyone under age of 10 is a prelude to UBI. They're getting us warmed up to this concept. Even Musk keeps on putting out these things, well, in 20 years, people aren't going to have to work. There are some serious issues. I mean, again, AI is here whether you like it or not. It's going to displace a lot of jobs. It may create opportunities. Again, there's really not a potential to have a position of we just shouldn't have AI, because you actually can't stop AI. If you tried to regulate it out of business, regulate it within a country, the entire country would be decimated because of the productivity gains elsewhere. It's just impossible to reduce that. And so the question is, what are people, when we're in this next emergency, knowing your financial instruments and everything that you own, which is part of why I like to talk a lot about, the own nothing site and these click wrap agreements and everything else. We've already given away our legal ownership. Most people just don't realize it. And so when this collapse happens, they're going to be able to entice people in an emergency with UBI and with a whole bunch of these other things. And we'll touch on that, but I think they've been integrating that. But I have a few slides here where I wanted to just talk about a comparison between where we are today and where we were like right around 2008. So put this into perspective. So in 2008, the total amount of debt was, when you combine government, corporate, and household debt, okay, all of those things, was $52 trillion in 2008. That was 350% of GDP. Fast forward to now, we have $101 trillion worth of debt in those three categories, which is 370% of GDP. And then look at just government debt alone. Government debt was only at $10 trillion in 2008. And I remember complaining about it. I remember when it crossed into the double-digit trillions, people were like, "Oh my God, this is unbelievable. This is out of control." Well, it's up 3.6 times that just in the last 16, 17 years. It's now 38 trillion, almost 39 trillion.
Almost 39, yeah.
So if you look at the financial crisis that we had in 2008, we solved the debt crisis by adding more debt. I mean, we've fixed nothing since 2008. I guess that's one of the things that I would argue as we go through this is we actually didn't improve any underlying structural aspect of the economy. We are very much the same or worse in almost all categories. There are a few where it's not worse, but in most categories, even when you start looking at delinquencies, things are actually worse off. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's true. Back then, if we would have let things fail instead of calling things too big to fail, we probably were small enough that we could have, reset the thing on the behalf of the people. Now we're at the point where we can't really reset it like we could have then. The whole ball game's changed. Back then, we could have probably taken that hit and recovered from it because our GDP was at the time. I forget what our GDP was at the time then, Aaron, but I'd say we were what 80% debt to GDP, maybe something like that. So again, we've only increased our debt to GDP. So it's, when we go to this, what are we at 30? I think we're 32 trillion in GDP. And now we're pushing 39 to 40 trillion. We'll be at 40 trillion before, springtime for sure. And
probably by the end of the year.
Yeah, 40, maybe not 40, but maybe 39. We might hit 39. And, that's just some algorithm. I don't know what the real numbers are. I don't know how we really calibrate that and check it against the Treasury. But they don't seem to deny it. It might actually be way worse than that. It might not. That might be the low end of things.
Yeah. Well, so I wanted to drill into some of these individual categories. So let's look at consumer debt. So consumer debt just hit, actually, I should probably get a more up-to-date version of this, but from the data that I pulled from, we were at $17.9 trillion in consumer debt. Credit card debt alone crossed 1.2 trillion for the first time in history. So in 2008, people had mortgage debt but now they're drowning in everything else and still have some mortgage debt. So the household debt in 2008 was only 12.7 trillion. That was the peak before the crash. So this was the peak amount of household debt before the 2008 crash, was $12.7 trillion. It's now 41% higher than that. It's now 17.9 trillion. So to put that in perspective, credit card debt, and I know these are a little out of date because I have 2024 numbers here, but total credit card debt was $866 billion at the peak before the last collapse. It's now $1.2 trillion and rising. Auto loans, $800 billion. Remember that we had a bailout of the auto industry. We had an auto czar. I remember that whole circus, right? So we had $800 billion in auto loans in 2008. It's doubled. It's doubled to $1.64 trillion. And now it's kind of like Craig said, what's going on with, people probably saw that Trump proposed this 50-year mortgage, but what's going on with car loans and the extension of terms? I've seen these like TikTok videos where people are paying just outrageous amounts of money, where the interest rate, and they've extended the duration and everything else. It's getting out of hand. They're kicking the can by extending the duration of these loans. So, Craig, I don't know if you have anything on those categories.
Well, we're talking about a quickly depreciating asset, so you get a car, depreciates what, 20, 30% within a week or two after you drive it off the lot. And then if it's a good quality car that, that has good resale value, maybe it kind of steadies out there. But after an 8-year term like that, again, assuming that people are driving 15,000 miles, you're at 120,000 miles. Now, a lot of cars will go 200,000, 300,000 miles, but Then you get into maintenance costs. So if you really look at all the curves that are involved in that, you're going to buy a car, you don't have it paid off for 84 months. You're riding the depreciation curve, so it's going down in value. And by the time you get even close to getting it paid off, you're already, even if you're going to hang on to it, you're replacing tires and brakes and all the stuff that's going to break. And the electronics in a lot of the cars aren't all that great. So you're really right. There's a lot more going on under the surface that continues to steal from the people, other than just, the fact that your monthly payment, right? And when you go in to buy a car, the salesmen are very crafty. They go in there and they say, what kind of monthly payment would you like? Instead of, here's the cost of the car, right? A lot of people just aren't informed on the curve that they're going to ride when they purchase a car. So when you stretch it out 84 months, it's a lot worse than just another 12 months. It really does. It steals wealth. It really does steal wealth for a long period of time from people.
Yeah, because you end up paying more in interest than you actually pay for the car itself over the term of the loan. And actually, I'm looking at this now. The average loan for a car now is 69 months. So that's now the average, which is way up from 2008. And when you look at the interest rates are down a little bit overall, but they're higher for used cars. And more importantly, the average loan amount is higher now. It's now $42,000 is the average loan amount for a new car.
Right.
So that's just,
there's nothing working in people's favor there, right, Aaron? I mean, you could say it's a higher quality car, but I'm not sure that it's that much higher quality. I mean, again, a lot of it's going to come down to maintenance and so forth and what type of car you select. But there's really, if you really look at all the different parts and pieces in that, there's really nothing that's changed in the favor of the car buyer.
But the solution from this will be, well, you don't need to own a car. You can have part of a fleet of Elon Musk cars, right? That's actually a big part of the technocracy movement. I mean, we're kind of laughing about it, but it's actually amazing when you read. And I'm downloading now into the Technocracy Atlas database all of the original magazines and information that the technocracy movement put out, and I'll start showing some of these things so that people can understand what they were talking about in the 1930s is actually being delivered today. It's actually pretty eerie that 90 years later they're able to be so accurate in terms of what's happening. So not only did they propose flipping the economy to being based on energy credits, but they proposed the idea that no one would ever own a car. You would just basically use the energy credits and everybody would have kind of a ride share system. This was contemplated in the early 1930s. And this is something Elon Musk is talking about today. The energy, and he's been pushing the energy credit thing hard. I mean, just in the last 2 weeks, he said, money's going to go away. Money should be replaced by wattage. And then he's all of a sudden, his, fanboy approach now to Bitcoin is that, well, Bitcoin is based on energy. So, I mean, what you're seeing here is a technocracy playbook coming out entirely. If you look at, so that's one category. Now let's talk about, see if this is the right. So we have credit cards. We have credit card delinquencies and credit card debt. So credit card delinquency rates have just hit 3.5%, the highest since 2012. Now, in 2008, the peak was serious credit card delinquencies was 10.5%. In 2024, serious credit card delinquencies 11.1%. So actually worse than 2008. The 30-day plus delinquencies up 50% since 2022. Subprime borrowers 25% plus delinquency rate on credit cards. So there you have it. I mean, you see these jokes about people that are now, they're using Affirm and some of these other services to buy burritos, to finance your house or finance your dinner over monthly installments. And now people are starting to default on that, right? This is the layer. Now, of course, my opinion is people should voluntarily default on these things because the credit system is basically a social credit system. It's a measure of your compliance with the debt slavery system. I mean, people get caught up about it. Oh, look at I have this pristine credit score. It's well, congratulations on, playing into this monopoly money. But nevertheless, that's not how most people, that's not why people are doing this, right? People are not oh yeah, listen to Aaron. I'm moving out of this system. Let's let it crash. This is people just don't have cash. And there's certainly the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. There were the other stats that I saw today. The unemployment rate for college grads is the same as for non-college grads. And I think some other survey came out today that overall, the majority of people no longer think a college education is worth the money.
Well, I don't know if you've seen any of the videos going around, but there's quite a few out there where they're interviewing, guys in their work trucks, electricians and plumbers and HVAC guys, and they're asking, how much do you make? And they're like, well, if I really work hard, and I'm working, $180,000 or $250,000, and then they'll slap up, a doctor what they're making, and so it's sort of making fun of that. And also a lot of these people are aware that as the AI rolls out, it's going to be harder. It's doable, but it's going to take a little more time before Optimus and these robotics can actually come in and take some of those skilled labor jobs, because you do have to troubleshoot. There is more than just finger movement and, diagnostics and stuff like that. You still have to, be able to maneuver things through, down staircases and into tight spaces. And, you do have to think. It's a little bit outside the parameters of a robot at this point. And they're sort of making fun of it. So I don't know if you've seen any of those, but there's quite a few of those going around now.
There are a lot of those going around, although I saw today that one of the big areas where there are six-figure jobs are in the construction industry for data centers. And so, but I can tell you where that's all going to go, right? And then we're going to have this entire, although that's going to be used as part of the rationalization for why the government needs to bail out AI, right? Then it's going to be part of, you're going to have somebody from a union there saying, well, these are good paying jobs in the construction sector. So if we let this fall, not only are we going to lose to the damn Chinese, but all these jobs are going to be lost. You can actually see that setup is coming. But that is one of the hottest, not that there are many growth segments right now, because by and large, unemployment is looking pretty bleak. But that is one area where construction work, and it's six-figure work working on these data centers.
Yep. When you're right, that's exactly how they'll play it. We've seen that before in 2008, right?
Yep, absolutely. And there's no doubt about that. That's how they're going to play it. There are so many different angles that are being set up for this. And, I haven't gone through this whole Department of Energy AI plan yet. We should probably do something on that. I want to go through all of the details of it. I'm sure it's going to make me angry when I do it. So I should probably
I've been through some of Mission Genesis. That one. Yeah, I've been through some of it. It is gonna. I can guarantee you, it's gonna make you angry, Aaron.
What are your thoughts? What have you found so far?
Well, it's the things that we would expect, and it's a lot of combing through documentation. We're still waiting for a lot more to come out, but it fits right in line with what with what you've been looking for. You can see the setup for, taxing, and the outlays going into this space, because here's what's going to happen is it's going to be, the small modular reactors that I've already talked to quite a few people in the field. For instance, American Electric Power. I've talked to some of their attorneys and a fair amount of their real estate consultants that go around and acquire the real estate. And it's going to happen. I mean, they're already spending money doing the legal work, purchasing the land and so forth that they need for this. And the CEOs and the leadership are saying that, yes, they want this to happen on their watch. Like, they're actually, I don't know what their incentive is other than to be the first, right? It's a competition. So I think there's still a certain amount of competition in this. And this goes along with what this Mission Genesis is saying. It fits. And I don't know the connection yet. That's what I'm looking for, is when you look at someone like an American Electric Power, AEP, which is formerly a big nuclear producer and natural gas and coal producer along the Ohio River. Mostly they had a lot of different Cardinal plants. I think they had, like, I forget how many Cardinal plants, but they called them Cardinal 1, 2, 3. They had a whole series of them, and those have been phased out, and they're moving to natural gas. So that fits with the whole thing. And you can see where this Mission Genesis is going to lead right down this pathway where at least where I can see and talk to people, it matches perfectly with what American Electric Power is doing. The acquisition of this land, the acquisition of this stuff that's going to lead to more control. Again, less less competition. I think the competition is going to get wrung out of this market space here. And that's the biggest thing I get concerned with is we're not going to have choices. It's going to be mandated to us and the choice will go away. And I just keep seeing that happening. Everything that I read, I'd say that's the biggest concern that I have is the choice part of it really goes away.
Well, that's why building these decentralized alternatives is possible, but we really. By the way, my audio should be a lot better. I want to thank Linus out there who had the great insight of asking me if I was using the right speaker, and it turns out I was not. I'm using some. I'd have like 5 different input devices, and of course the microphone that is attached to a cord that's near the floor is the one that I was speaking into, not actually the microphone. So hopefully, this is now a much heightened audio experience. Maybe you can put the heat on. Let's try that. Let's see how that goes. All right, good. Just got great. All right, well, maybe we can do the heat. So good times. All right. Well, we already spoke about auto loans. I mean, I have a second kind of specific slide just on this, but the auto delinquency rates worst in 14 years. Subprime auto 8.4% delinquency rate. So I mean, this whole category is looking horrible. But again, I do expect we're seeing a rapid push now to electric cars that are self-driving. You won't need your own anymore. So I want to kind of frame these as, okay, so here we've gone through this. Well, here's the problem. What's the solution? So going back to even these other categories, well, what's the problem? The credit card debt. Now I did that episode. It was actually 15 episodes ago on Jasara and Nasara and this whole idea that's been percolating, which is fake. It's a complete psyop, which is that there's going to be a debt jubilee, but it is conceivable. At least the thing that they've been proposing is not actively being worked on, but it is conceivable that as we get into this situation and they try to transition to an energy credit based system, it's one of these things where, you give up your assets and your debt in conjunction for UBI and in conjunction for, shared driving services and so forth. I mean, I don't know exactly how it's going to roll out, but you can actually see what the pieces are that are in place. And you can see, I did that whole Groksucker post, series of posts. I put out 11 images just because I was getting so annoyed. Like 2/3 to 3/4 of my feed is pro Elon Musk propaganda from, accounts that are affiliated with Elon Musk that I don't follow. And I'm looking at these things. It's like, he's the hero. And they kept on pushing this, he's defending, he bought he bought Twitter to save free speech. And, and then there's somebody will tweet that and then Elon will retweet it and say, yes. And it's like, no, I've got the video. He bought Twitter to create the WeChat app, which is the basis of the social credit system in China. He wanted an everything app. He did not, they're trying to make this out like, well, he didn't have to spend that money. He spent that money for free speech. It's like, no, he spent that money to create the everything app and feed all the data into his AI. This is just an absolute scam. And so then now it's this big battle of, oh yeah, he's fighting the EU, right? And so they're finding him and they're finding him because he's this guardian of free speech. And it's like, again, we don't have free speech. I've said this before. In many ways, it's worse because people think we have free speech and we don't. It's the illusion of free speech. It's kind of like what's going on with stable coins and everything else. People think that we're not getting CBDCs, and no, we're getting backdoor CBDCs, and nobody's fighting it. So the same is okay. The same is what's happening now with social media. So now we're not fighting back because a bunch of people have deluded themselves that X is free speech. So we're not even going to acknowledge the fact that freedom of reach is something that is completely arbitrarily determined by Musk in the electronic agreement, in the click wrap agreement of X. And Craig and I did an entire episode on this and what's going on with this whole media landscape. So I'm not going to go off on too much of a rant on that, other than to say what I'm perceiving when I see my feed and the amount of my feed that is pro UBI, pro robotics, pro AI replacing government. And then even then, Musk says the EU should be abolished. And this is another of the things. This is like a Curtis Yarvin tactic, where Curtis Yarvin says, yeah, we have to stop the cathedral. We have to stop, the academic and media complex that's really corrupt. And of course, that sounds great, right? And the EU is a disaster because it's just, one movement away. It just eroded sovereignty and it's been a disaster. But you have to understand that he has an intention for what he wants to replace it with. He's even said this at a World Government Conference. He said it, which, by the way, the fact that there is one should let you know what's going on. That's a clue. But he said that, at the World Government Summit, AI is going to replace human governance. And he says it's inevitable. So maybe your feed doesn't look like my feed, but given how much I'm shadow banned because of talking about technocracy, the fact that my feed is overwhelmingly pro Musk is pretty annoying. And if you're seeing the same thing, then I just ask you to look at it with a critical lens, and you can type in Grok Sucker, GROK Sucker, and you can see the memes that I put together. But the memes actually have a pretty big explanation for each of the points that are backed by data. So anyway, enough about that for now. But so then let's go back to mortgage debt. So mortgage debt is back to $12.6 trillion. So delinquencies are still low, but 60% of homeowners are locked into sub 4% mortgages. They can't sell, they can't move, they can't refinance. So when the job losses hit, they're going to be underwater with no exit. So the housing market isn't healthy, it's frozen. In 2008, mortgage debt was $10.5 trillion. Again, versus 12.6 trillion today. Delinquency actually peaked at 11.5%. So obviously it's a lot lower now, but the reason that it's low is because people are locked in at these low rates. Rising unemployment will absolutely devastate this mortgage market. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think so. The two things. One, we've seen, we talked about the administration, extending out the 50-year mortgage, right? That's in the talks, and I don't think it's done yet. Even though the people didn't like it and it got a lot of pushback, I don't think it's done because Kevin Hassett was out talking about that again. So I don't think that's done. I think the other thing is that with the whole debt side of things, we will see, right now home prices are still going up in value for the most part, especially in the Midwest. I haven't looked at the whole geographic component of the U.S. But I think when you look at the S&P Case-Shiller 20-city index, it's still hanging in there fairly well. So I would say generally most people would say their homes are holding in value. So they're going to hold on to that because it's the only assets that's still producing, positive balance sheet component to it. When we look at the credit card or the cars, people will let those go, if they can. Because here's the thing, it goes back to driverless cars in some senses. As soon as it starts to roll around, Aaron, they're going to say, wait a minute, you can get rid of your car payment. And they're going to give you a driverless car, or they're going to, it'll be a lot better version than the bus. It's a lot better than the bus. And I'm sure they'll have payment plans. They'll get us on a service plan where you can, you get so many minutes or so many trips per month. And people will calculate, boy, if I could carpool 5 days a week to work or work from home 5 or 10 days a week, if I can make an arrangement with my boss to work at home for 5 or 10 days a month, and then I could take the driverless car in 3 or 4 days a week, if I could negotiate some structure like that, then I can get rid of a car payment. I can get rid of a car again. And then what does that do? It continues to push out the home. So I think that the homes are will hang in there longer than some of the other things. I think we'll see cars go before, would be my guess. And I think we would see, defaults on credit cards sooner than that, because again, default in a credit card situation doesn't take away a home. So the other factor is that there was also talk of potentially transferable mortgages. So let's say you're locked in. This gets the money. This is like M1, M2, M3 money supply, right? Money movement is if you could take, let's say that someone bought a home for $300,000 and they've paid half of it off, right, over a period of time. Let's just say, they maybe not that much. Let's say they paid off $100,000. They have $100,000 of equity and they have a $200,000 mortgage. And let's say they want to move to a $400,000 home. Well, they could take that 200, the remaining portion of that loan, transfer it over to a new mortgage, and then they'd have to get some sort of a bridge loan that would make the difference. If they want 20% equity in that $400,000 home, that would be what, 80? So they'd have a bridge loan for a small portion. If they did that, I don't know how they would do that from a transferability standpoint with title and everything else that goes into it. But again, that leads us right into the technocracy, Aaron, right? That's something that would have been harder to do a long time ago. Now, all of a sudden, you get a transferable mortgage. I'm not sure that really, I mean, that's just feeding this whole frenzy, right? It feeds this whole fire of, technology-based mortgages that are now, commingled, right? Commingled mortgages. Right. It leads us right down that path. So I think 50-year mortgage isn't off the table. I think transferable mortgage is a possibility. We'll have to see what they do. That would open up the movement of people across homes. And then I think, as long as these homes kind of stay in there, hang in there, it's still an increasing asset. People look at it as one of their only, ways in this market to accumulate wealth. And then I think the cars could go away and that people would just offset, some of their expense by saying, we just don't need this second car or third car.
Yeah, I mean, although, as I said last week, and we'll continue to say, you get a medical trust, because what I've found is that the house is the biggest asset that people can go after, the biggest asset people can sue. I mean, I'll do a whole workup, but when you figure out what you pay with property tax and everything else, it's not as great a deal as people think. I think it's one of the biggest psyops in human history. I am going to go on a little bit of a rant, though. This grok sucker thing. So I pulled up a browser now. So I guess I didn't come up with this. I thought I came up with it, but apparently other people have used it. So, but let's go to the search. Let's type in grok sucker. So I did this entire post, and a lot of it got some attention. So I scroll down here, December 6th, December 4th, nothing. None of my posts are on here when you search. Now let's search for that, and let's search for me specifically, my account. None of my posts come up. Only 3 people's responses to my posts. So if you want to know if I'm being shadow banned on this or a variety of other topics, because the word itself is not shadow banned. You can find other people. You can even find some people commenting on my posts about this issue, but you actually can't see my posts even when you search by my name. And so this is actually going on. So here's some of the posts, right? Here's one of the EU just fined X for failing to censor content. Musk calls it an attack on free speech, but X doesn't offer free speech. It offers freedom of reach, controlled entirely by his algorithm. Research shows X amplified Musk's post 138% after he endorsed Trump. Right-wing accounts get boosted. Critics get shadow banned. He's interfering in German elections, backing the AfD. He's pushing candidates in the UK. He's using the platform to destabilize the EU while positioning himself as a free speech martyr. This is not defending liberty. This is using the infrastructure of communication to install a global technocracy with himself at the center. So this is one of 11 of these that I put out there. But again, you actually literally cannot find any of these memes. So this has been flagged, and this just shows you what's going on, right? So much for freedom of speech or even freedom of reach. And again, each one of these memes has explanations behind it. I thought this is maybe something that could catch on in a whole variety of different ways, because I cover a whole variety of these points. And from energy credits to UBI to the World Government Summit to let's see, what else did we cover? Carbon tax. By the way, Tesla and Musk have been huge beneficiaries of carbon credits, huge beneficiaries. I mean, the amount of he has gotten a lot of corporate welfare. Doge being a tool to put money in. So anyway, I'll stop at that now. But I thought that was interesting, because I wanted to look up my own posts just to show one or two of them, and then I found that you can't even search for them, which is why we're having another little interlude on that. So in any event, let me back to this. Sorry about that, Craig.
No problem.
It's driving me nuts. The feed because they're glorifying him. So the thing is, he's being set up as the hero, and it's not only that even the poses that they have him in. And, Joe Rogan says that, we owe a debt of gratitude to Elon Musk for saving free speech and all this other stuff. It's just nonstop in the feed. And I'd be okay with that if they were just fanboys of Elon, but they're not. They're going beyond that because they're positioning this as UBI and these other things that we're talking about as the solution. No one is doing more to propagandize technocracy and the solution so when we're in this emergency, when this financial collapse happens, he has been seeding the world with content on this, not just in the United States, but around the world. He has been grooming people for these ideas, which is what I think is exactly what's going to happen when people are in an emergency and when things are desperate. And it's going to be positioned as, oh, well, all these people said he was a hero. So the guy who saved free speech must be the guy that, with reusable rockets must be the only guy that can come up with the solution for when we're in this big pickle. And so many people are going to buy it, not knowing that we're part of a script. We're in Act 2 now. And,
well, don't leave out Vance, because I think Vance is going to be in the mix when they come over, right? I mean, it's slated for Vance. I mean, you can see it building even with Vance.
Oh, I absolutely can see it with Vance. Yeah. There's absolutely no doubt about that. So then the next area is corporate debt, which is now $13.7 trillion. That's double what it was in 2008. 14% of public companies are what are known as zombie firms, which is they don't make enough to cover their interest payments. They're only alive because of cheap money. And by the way, the absurdity of it is, think about what's going on now with these Bitcoin treasury companies, right? Have companies out there, the sole, but what has Michael Saylor done? Michael Saylor's entire thing was interest rates were low. He borrowed a bunch of money and used it to buy Bitcoin. This is an absurd environment that we've been in, and now they may lower rates again, which is not normally what you would do based on the other indicators and so forth that are in the market. But what are your thoughts on zombie companies in this corporate debt situation?
Yeah, well, so a couple things. We've watched Scott Bessent, especially over the last couple of weeks, go through everything that they've done in 2025 and how it's supposedly prepping things for 2026, right? Wall Street to Main Street, all the no taxes on tips, no taxes on, Social Security, no taxes on this. And then, the depreciation, forcing corporations to, try to, pulling things forward, into today, here and now, and not worrying about, 2, 3, 4 years from now and the tax revenue that it would generate then. So again, trying to incentivize things to happen, growth, and so if we're going to see that, we're going to see it in small and mid cap stocks. The problem with that, Aaron, is that small and mid cap stocks don't have the balance sheet nor the borrowing power that like the Dow 30 stocks would, or even S&P 500 stocks. So they're more subject to regional banks, which we know, I think, anybody who's following this technocracy movement at all has this feeling that they're probably going to try to eliminate regional banks and push everything to the national banking level. So what this does is it's going to put more pressure on the small and medium-sized business. Now, if Scott Bessent's plan can work, okay, we should see it show up in the Russell 2000 or some of these indexes. But we know that these small and mid-cap stocks they live on. That's the lifeblood of them, is lower interest rates. So they need lower interest rates to survive, because exactly what Aaron's saying, these zombie corporations, especially the small ones. So if we get increasing interest rates for whatever reason, okay, and it doesn't, and right now, even with the Fed going to step in this week and do another 25 basis points, 0.25%, probably do another one in January or February, probably do another one sometime next year. We're going to see a lot of dissent on the Federal Reserve probably this week. We're probably going to see probably the most attacked. It's kind of like corporate rating, right? Essentially what's happened with the Federal Reserve is they've gone in there and created dissent. And even with all that going on, interest rates are not, especially on the longer term interest rates, like 5, 10-year debt, it's not moving that much. Maybe in the short end, it's going to move, 3-month to 2-month time frame. But in the 5-year, 10-year time frame and further out, it does not look good right now. It's really, really struggling. And this is going to crush these zombie corporations, Aaron. If interest rates rise, they're going to get crushed. Oh, I think we lost your volume.
Yep, this is part of the analysis. By the way, how's my audio now? The heat
Good.
kicked in again, so we might get the aircraft carrier vibe going. So
Sounds good.
So anyway, so where were we? Sorry, I lost track now with this.
Just the zombie corporations, the small cap stocks,
with the interest rate, with the interest rates. Yeah, no, I mean, this is why Trump is so adamant about interest rates. Normally, you would be raising interest rates in this type of environment, and we are at this point now. I mean, so the interesting thing is we're going to talk later about AI and AI's role in the perception of a coming market crash, but from the very beginning of this year, the whole positioning of this, when you hear Besant, when you hear Trump and everything else, they know that the situation that we're in right now is dire. They know what's going on with these asset classes. They know what's going on with the slowdown in the entire economy. At this point, it should be pretty obvious, not that the administration will admit it, that the tariffs have not been a particularly compelling strategy. So one of the things that they've been relying on is, and Musk said it again today, I won't go on too big of a rant, but we're going to grow our way out of this through AI. This has been the push from the very beginning of the year. So that has been the entire saving. Mark Andreessen has said this. Musk has said this. David Sachs has said this. So they're priming us for this idea that AI, we will grow our way out through AI. Now, again, if you've heard me on here, I'm very bullish on AI, and I agree that the productivity gains are huge. The stuff that I was working on today, like, I mean, I can talk about, I built a system for managing processing, data that goes into, so I'm storing source data on my own hard drives. I just got this 10 hard drive RAID disk thing with 260 gigabytes in it and everything else, because I want to have all of the raw data from trusted sources. So when you're using an AI chatbot, for instance, on Technocracy Atlas, or if you're using it on OSARA or any of the sites where we're rolling out chatbots, it's not ChatGPT that you're using to ask generic questions. You're actually using a chatbot that's querying my database that has the raw data in it. And so just today, I built a whole thing for managing having data come in from multiple sources and to make sure that my computers are at 100% capacity at all times. So when I go to bed, my computers are running at almost 100% GPU, CPU. That was one of the things that I did today, while also trying to automate the entire podcast. And by the end of this year, my podcast will be entirely automated in terms of the production, marketing, all of the logistics. And because it has to be, because I know what else we have to do next year. Next year, we have to be onboarding people to crypto, building parallel systems, pushing this alternative healthcare system, and many other projects. And so if I have to spend all of the manual time that I spend working on the podcast, that's time I'm not going to be able to spend doing this other stuff. But at the same time, I will tell you that it will only take me 15 minutes or 30 minutes max moving forward by next year to create the entire podcast. When I say create like all of the content, all of the research behind it, all of the organization, all of the marketing, and even the post-production, distribution, and everything else, like it'll be like a half an hour worth of work, which is unfathomable, 6 months ago or a year ago, because it takes a lot of time for me to do these podcasts now, even as I'm trying to work through the automation. And so, but it's kind of like, yeah, Mike's got a thing that creates books automatically. And if you look at what it's doing to workflows, it's absolutely making things more efficient. But here's the question. How does that work for the average person? So when Andreessen says that, and when Musk says that, okay, yes, AI is going to add all of this improvement, but what is the average person? What is the person that's displaced? What are they going to do? How are they going to benefit from this system? Because nobody cares what the country's GDP is if we have 50% unemployment, right? And if you look at what's going on, because of the rate at which the AI is going to be rolled out, I would argue next year is going to be, this is why I want to have Mike Adams on. But I mean, at this point, with just how I'm using it and where I see the models going and everything else, what you can do with processes and video and text and content, next year, we're not even talking 2 years from now, MIT came out with a study that said 11.7% of jobs today could already be replaced with AI, but I think this is going to accelerate all just into next year. And so then the thing with this is what's lining up is great. We've got this AI. Nobody has a job. This is where UBI, it will be made to look attractive, because if you can't pay your bills, if you can't pay your mortgage, if you can't pay, interest rates do go up all of a sudden. I mean, people can't deal with the inflation right now. There are people that are struggling now that can't pay their bills based on insurance premium increases and everything else. Like the inflation has not, even if the inflation rate has slowed, which we don't even know because they're not even reporting CPI. I guess we're not getting the October CPI information ever. I think if you ask most people, other than gas, I saw Trump pushing that gas is cheaper and therefore that must be a great thing. Well, food is a lot more expensive, and healthcare. I mean, again, what people actually pay for, not whatever they try to fraudulently put into a CPI calculation, if they give you anything at all. So we are dealing with a situation where I think into next year, it's going to be easy for them to make the case for UBI, because we're going to have a crisis and then they're going to paint themselves out to be the heroes. And this is where the importance of freedom versus technocracy, even within AI and within digital currencies, is so important, because you don't want to end up, it may seem enticing to get, a couple $1,000s worth of UBI to start when you're desperate, but then all of a sudden you're plugged into their healthcare system, their digital ID and everything else. And then all of a sudden, I don't think you want the people with the ethical and moral compass of politicians or Sam Altman or Larry Ellison determining where you are in a social credit system. And that's exactly what's going on. So anyway.
Yeah, because they can make a corporate balance sheet look really good if there's a continual layoff of people, so it's, again, a lot of corporations, it's all about projecting out in the future, right? We can use all these different metrics, there's 20 metrics, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, all these things. What they're going to end up doing is they're going to start having another metric in there. They're going to call it something, Aaron. You know what it's going to be? Some metric of reduction in employees, which means obviously same amount of work, less labor, and it's going to boost the profits for the company, or bend the balance sheet. And so, again, it's going to be a race of who has the best AI, who's going to be able to do that the most, that curve, whose curve looks the best. And, this is going to be a metric they're going to start talking about here. And I just, if you listen close enough, you can hear, like you're saying, you can hear the little, you can, if you can anticipate where things are going and you listen to Elon Musk, you can hear the UBI coming through this, the horns loud and clear. And I can tell you, in the same thing in this corporate world, they're going to start talking about this next year, where it's about some curve about, reduction. They're going to make it sound good. They're going to have a name, reduction in workforce. And it's going to, you watch, they'll come up, guaranteed they come up with a name, and it's going to get factored in. They're going to, and they'll, and the media will, like they do, they'll play ball like they always do. At first it'll be like, I don't know how I'm going to promote this, but they'll get good at it. They'll have that metric in there, and it'll just read off when they announce earnings. I can almost guarantee it. Right, Aaron?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then you'll have to do it competitively. But the irony is with this, that one of the large reasons it's so compelling to replace people with AI is employment law and regulation that is completely and totally unnecessary. Why have to put up with this, a lot of this crap, when you could replace it with an AI process? I mean, it actually makes sense to, but nobody's talking about that. Nobody's actually talking about, hey, maybe we should get rid of some of these regulations. Maybe we're in this trap. And I want to say, this is another thing that's interesting, is so many people are concerned about illegal immigration because they're worried about losing their job to immigrants, illegal immigrants. I mean, that's only one part of it. I mean, certainly there's, taxing the system and the entitlements and everything else, but those same people are not paying attention to the threat of AI. AI is a much bigger threat to your job than an illegal immigrant. Just hands down, period. That's absolutely 100% the case. And people aren't looking at that, but you should embrace AI. Again, because being afraid of AI will not help. Being afraid of AI isn't really an option, but it's how do you embrace AI in a way that helps you and isn't controlled by big tech? That's essentially the challenge with that. And then we have, this shows you how out of date this meme is, that, federal debt. Yeah, sure.
I just want to, with the corporate debt. So I think, we look at these numbers, I think it's going to be a model for us, Aaron, where we're going to see, there's going to be a whole category of companies that are just going to get destroyed, in this process. And we're going to see that happen, but I think it's going to be offset by the companies that adopt the AI. And there's going to be a have and a have-nots all over the place. And I think in the corporate world, we're going to see the haves and the have-nots, and we're going to see, and it's going to be a weighing scale, what the stock market does as they get rid of, certain companies, and they're going to get, what'll happen is they'll get bought 10 cents on the dollar, probably, right? And then they'll get folded into another company, and then they'll get AI'd, you know what I mean? They'll get someone else's AI, they'll fold them into the company, and then it'll just get blended in, into a system, into a, you can call it technocracy, whatever you want. But I think that's really going to be the theme of 2026, 2027 is the have-nots are going to go away. They're going to get cheap, and they're going to get anything of value is going to get folded into the bigger companies. So it's going to be just like we've seen with mergers and acquisitions. It's just going to be it's going to feel a lot different than that, because it's going to have for people losing those businesses that are going away, it's going to be a pretty ominous overhang, I think, for a lot of people. Although I think the mainstream media, and we can get into that too with Paramount and Warner Brothers, and they're going to try to create the illusion that everything is great. I think that's what we're going to see, as long as they possibly can. Does that make sense?
We're going to see that, although I think we're going to see the emergence of something else, which is that even big companies buying up other players, big companies are not efficient, and big companies are subject to regulation based on employment thresholds, and then at some point, if they're publicly traded, they're on the NASDAQ, whatever, you're forced to have a woke board, and you're going to see the emergence of single person multi-billion-dollar companies. You're going to see the emergence of organizations that will displace large established players. That's another area where this is going to come from, because I will tell you, it's hard for large corporations to figure out how to implement AI, because they're sitting there, well, here's our compliance. I mean, just for a large corporation to evaluate AI against compliance, let alone implement it and train people on it. So I think there's a big it's a big opportunity, but it's another side for where all this is going to come from, is the emergence of people that can put together corporate structures. And I mentioned this before, like the process by which I go about trying to solve problems is I start with, okay, well, whatever it is I think I know, I don't know anything. And it's very limited. And so then I will do research on who knows the most about this topic. And then I'll put together a simulated advisory board out of those people. This is what I do. This is what I do as a CEO. If you're a decent CEO, then you want people that are smarter than you, and then you want to get their opinion and their debate about a topic, and then you can weigh in on, use your judgment on how you think that went. But I mean, I apply this to a lot of different processes, but AI is at the point right now, and where I'm at right now is I have 13 different projects that I'm building, and so I've built another project, which is to just manage all of the projects. So they're like virtual teams, advisory boards, and processes that look across all of the projects, so that I can get an overall view. So that a lot of what I'm spending my time doing right now is building dashboards and ways of measuring and improving the things that I'm building. I'm saying this only because then the next level beyond that is, once you've figured out how to do that, then you're figuring out how to automate that process. And so you are going to have organizations that are autonomous running organizations, and people are worried about this. And again, there are a lot of concerns and issues around it, but think about it this way. So if I form an advisory board, I don't have to worry about the political motivations of the people. what I'm getting is their expertise. I'm not getting whatever their personal motivations might be. So I would argue in some ways it's like, okay, I'm getting the best information out of this person independent of whatever their motives might be. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think you're going to see next year. I mean, we're seeing this in some cases in governance, but you will see completely autonomous running organizations that are run by AI. Because I know how to do it. I mean, I know the steps that I would take to do it, and I'm certainly not the most advanced on this. I'm sure there are a lot of people that are even more advanced. So this is coming. So you're going to see that book, Life 3.0, is a really good book. That, you know, the opening section of it talks about an AI that figures out how to create its own media empire. So basically figured out how to create AI movies, AI entertainment, and then it goes from there to take that money to then influence all aspects of society. It becomes an autonomous running thing. That's not science fiction. That's coming. So again, I don't know how that's going to impact it, other than to say, I hope people start to embrace these things, because it can make you, again, the number of new business opportunities are almost unlimited, right? I mean, if you think about it, if you go back a few hundred years, most people were in agriculture and in farming, right? And then we had the Industrial Revolution. So things go through these cycles. So it doesn't mean that there isn't economic opportunity. In fact, if now all of a sudden your IQ is bumped 20 points and you have access to all this information, I talked about this with Craig kind of one-on-one. I'm like, you know, man, I wish I'm going to start trying to explain more about how this can work on the positive side of empowering you, causing you to question how you think about things. What are your processes? Like, even as even that the task of automating the podcast requires me to kind of write down and document, well, how is it that I do things? And then you're like, well, why do I do this? Why do I do this way? Maybe the way that I'm doing this is the way I'm doing other problems that this is a real inefficiency that I have in problem solving that applies to these 5 domains. And now I'm smarter about that. So anyway,
Well, and I think the two things can exist. I think what we're really talking about is, people say it all the time, a barbell approach, right? You're going to have these corporations that are going to fail, and then you're going to get big balance sheets that are going to acquire. There's going to be that approach, the acquisition, and then they're going to try to fold them in. Okay. And I think that's what we're talking about on the corporate debt side. Some of these corporations are going to have too much debt. They're going to default and they're going to get liquidated, right? They're going to go through a traditional process. But on the other side, what Aaron's talking about is the innovation side of this. And I think that part, the one I just described, is going to have there's going to be I think it's going to try to be covered up, but I think there's going to be an ominous kind of overhang over the loss of jobs, the outlook on this kind of stuff. And they're going to try to tell us one thing, but people are going to see like their neighbor getting laid off or someone else and I think we're going to see that coming. But on the other side of this, there's this opportunity for small entrepreneurs who can figure this out and who are willing to work hard, and you won't even hear about them, because they're small, right? They're not going to get the media attention, but it's going to be going on and they're going to make huge progress. I think does that make sense, Aaron? I think you can have both of those things, right?
You can have both those things. And from my perspective, I've said this a lot, and I think it's true. I'll do a separate podcast on America 1.0 is over. I was thinking about that again today because I was observing some of my feed, and I'm like, man, there are people that think that don't realize how far removed we are from the Constitution and the founding. Like you can admire those things, but to think that we are those things today is absurd. It's equally absurd to think that you could actually fix this into becoming that. Just from historically, this isn't the way that this kind of thing happens. But it doesn't mean there are a lot of, I don't know what the solutions are to that, but I know that's not a solution. Hoping and praying that we're going to revert to the Constitution is not a viable plan. So, but I think that there's really the possibility to empower people with these technologies. And I think you're right that individual entrepreneurs, I mean, it's so if you don't like your job, this is where I was going before. I think most people don't like their jobs. And a lot of the jobs are going to be replaced are jobs that people have because they think they have to have them to survive, but they're not fulfilling their purpose. So this is a good opportunity if you're like, oh yeah, I don't like my job. I'm doing this boring thing anyway, but I need my job. Then now's a good time to start investing in figuring out what you are interested in, what you are passionate about, and building skills to do that. That I'm going to keep saying this. That's the best investment. It's not gold. It's certainly not Bitcoin. It's not putting your money into into a financial asset. It's putting money into yourself, into finding your purpose and education and skills that you may need to acquire to do what it is that you really want to do but aren't currently doing.
Yeah. Yep. That's always been the way, Aaron. You know, that's the part that repeats this through cycles in history. You know, you'll see some of the greatest innovations coming out of this. You know, I mean, anytime you go through this kind of a disintermediation cycle, I think that's going to happen. You're going to see unbelievable things happen on both sides, of things.
But I think the thing that is absolutely certain is that we're going to be in a period of chaos. That is right. There's no stability. Things are not going to remain the way that they are, because the way that they are right now is everything is basically a bubble that's about to pop. And we've been living in a delusion for quite some time. We'll talk about that when we get to the state of kind of AI, because I've been seeing a lot of people casting this whole, the economy is going to collapse because of AI. And I think that's the wrong read, but nevertheless, I want to talk about that. And from the perspective of, okay, well, what are the implications of this? Because a lot of it is, you can blame AI, but that doesn't change the fact that there will be a financial collapse. I think most people agree there's going to be a financial collapse, but they're already debating on what the cause of it's going to be. And to a certain degree, what difference does it make? The question is, how are we going to grow our way out of it? But in any event, we still have some more of these, some of this debt information to go through. So of course we talked about the federal debt, which isn't changing anytime soon. I haven't seen the information yet about stablecoins. I'm pretty sure they haven't generated the $2 trillion yet. In fact, I will say this, I want to dig into what's going on the stablecoin thing, because the Genius Act says that stablecoins have to be backed by treasuries, but then at the same time, like, Tether was downgraded, but then Tether's like one of the largest holders of gold in the world. They have a whole bunch of Bitcoin. They're buying land. So I'm like wondering what's actually going on with that component of it. Like, are people buying when does that happen? When does the mandatory backing the thing by treasuries go into effect? And when is that going to be measured? And is that going to have any big impact? But there's no sign that we're going to be closing the debt anytime soon.
Well, and who knows? I mean, to me, in some ways, Tether almost feels like it's a hedge fund that's gone rogue. You know, does it ever feel like that to you, Aaron?
I mean, that's the charitable case, right? I mean, it seems like it's always been that. I mean, I've been blasting Tether long before any of this happened. For years, people would joke about the fact that Tether's never passed an audit. And at one point, it was like they had some they had some audit firm in the Bahamas that then refused to certify the financial statements. And then people were joking that, you know, like writing down numbers on a cocktail napkin essentially equates to Tether doing an audit. But this is a firm that, with, you know, all these billions of dollars, can't get a big four accounting firm to agree to audit them, which that's pretty much not a good sign.
Well, don't we think now that Lutnick is sort of running cover for Tether in a lot of ways? Cantor Fitzgerald and Lutnick are probably running a little bit of cover for Tether.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and I think, you know, there's not enough time, but I'll tell you, I think a good project for Technocracy Atlas would be to just draw the map and the connections with Lutnick, because it not only is his firm the exclusive firm to manage treasuries for Tether, which they negotiated that deal before Lutnick got into power and before the Genius Act was proposed. But I saw that Cantor Fitzgerald just took an investment in this 21 whatever company with Jack Mahler's, a Bitcoin treasury company. So they're now getting into the Bitcoin treasury game. They're big in the tokenized assets game. They're big in, I mean, like, he's going to make probably more money than anyone out of this process. And he's probably the most corrupt person that we've seen in a long time. I mean, like, just blatantly, you know, when people make fun of the founding of the Federal Reserve and how corrupt those guys are, they have nothing on Howard Lutnick. They have nothing on what's going on right now. This is an unprecedented scam right? I mean, we've gone from, the Federal Reserve, boy, what a horrible idea, a private cartel of banks that issues money based on debt and then profits from it. Well, these guys have taken that to the next level. Now we're creating tokenized versions of that aren't even backed by fiat. Like, I mean, it's a meta Ponzi scheme, and no one's complaining about it. I see these video clips of Lutnick show up, and I'm just like, every time I'm like, doesn't that guy look like, a used car salesman? Like, just the whole affect that he has. If it feels, it's a little rough, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this a little bit today. I was just looking at some of the notes we were passing around, so his sons who are running Cantor Fitzgerald now, they're participating in a SPAC, which is a special purpose acquisition company. Okay. Which they've run into problems many, many times. The SPAC was supposed to be the be all end all, 4, 5, 6 years ago. Remember that? I think maybe a little longer than that. It was supposed to be this great thing, and it had massive failures all over the place. Anyway, they're going to Cantor's Partners is going to turn this SPAC into XXAI, which is that Jack Mallers thing. And then SoftBank again, Mas-Hassan and this whole group is involved in Stargate, has a minority stake in Tether, and Bitfinex, majority stake in Cantor, will finance and facilitate the public offering. Okay. So they're going to get huge fees for this. I'm sure Howard Lutnick has no idea that this is going on. His sons are doing this all on their own. I'm sure. So it just feels, everything about this feels like a very sophisticated, high level scam, Aaron.
But didn't that guy, what was his name? Bo something or other? He was involved with this crypto thing in the administration, and now he's at Tether.
Yeah, he's at Tether now.
So I was thinking about this. I don't know how I would set it up yet. I almost might get another one of these NVIDIA supercomputers just to do this. I wonder if it'd be worthwhile to try to simulate what's going to happen here. Because as much as we like to talk about this and
he didn't just join it, Aaron. He's a U.S. CEO. So he left the White House as a crypto official. Now he's Tether's U.S. CEO.
Great.
Leading the company's expansion into the American market. And launching their new USAT stablecoin, leveraging his government experience to navigate regulatory landscapes, and the world's largest stablecoin issuer. We said that too. Watch where this guy goes. Remember when he left the White House? We're like, keep an eye on that. Watch where this guy goes. Sure enough, you can't make it up. You just
Yeah, I'm going to say this. So before the election, I was talking to some people that are connected at high levels to Trump and people connected to Trump. And this was before I even knew about the Genius Act. This is before any of this was going to happen. And in fact, I was working on this article and a bunch of people didn't want me to even work on the article. And I'm like, what if you knew the Big Short was coming? Big Short 2 was coming. And you could warn people about it. And at the time, before the Genius Act, my view was that Tether was potentially that, because the premise, and now obviously I've gotten in a lot of other directions with Bitcoin and everything else. And because recently I'm just trying to wake people up before they buy a bunch of, somebody says, I still, if it weren't for Aaron, I still believe in Trump. There's before this Epstein stuff came out, I mean, people don't know Bitcoin was hijacked. And obviously we've talked about Roger Ver, we've talked about hijacking Bitcoin and everything else. But one aspect of this to dig into, and this is why I want to know if Epstein had any involvement with Tether, by the way. In 2017, this is when this hijacking took place. And so what we now know, I'm not going to recap all of it, but we know that people tied to the intelligence industry, people tied to traditional finance, and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in funding the narrative shift from Bitcoin as being peer-to-peer digital digital cash that you use as a payment method without third parties, to now this digital gold thing. And it was kept artificially slow and expensive. But the idea is that this is just an asset that you hold. It's not something that you use as payments. And so then right at around this time, there was a huge jump in the price of Bitcoin. This was in 2017. Well, it turns out that there was a university in Texas that did an analysis of this that said that 70% of the increase in the price of Bitcoin in 2017 could be tracked to Tether. Well, then when you dig into that, it turns out Tether wasn't able ever to pass an audit. In fact, they had been found guilty a couple of times, or I don't know if I want to say guilty, but it was determined that they did not have the reserves. This was determined by the CFTC and the state of New York in two separate occasions. So in other words, what happened was, at least play out this scenario, this narrative shift changes, and then all of a sudden Tether is printing fake fiat out of thin air that they couldn't prove was backed by anything, and then using it on their own exchange like Bitfinex, which you talked about, because iFinex was one of the big investors in Bitfinex, which is a big cryptocurrency exchange, and they were a big investor in Tether. And so one of the things that was what happened when people were trying to confirm if Tether had the reserves, instead of doing a full audit, they would do a snapshot in one single day. And what would happen is Bitfinex would wire money into Tether's account to show that they had assets backing. And then like 2 days later, the money would go back to Bitfinex. So in other words, Tether was definitively not backed. So the whole surge in the price of Bitcoin, which is one of the reasons people think that it has value, was fraudulent based on fake Tether. All at the same time, Epstein and these other people were out publicly talking about this narrative shift. That's how big of a scam this is, by the way. This is the level that we're talking about. But here's the problem. So I was talking to these people close to the Trump administration. I'm like, hey, I'd like to talk to him about this. And basically the information that I got back was that he wouldn't want to hear it. In other words, I have been trying to sound the alarm bells on this stuff publicly by writing books and running for president and doing all this other stuff. But I've also behind the scenes been trying to make the case that, guys, you might not want to do this. You might not want to put the national hopes on an asset that people think is valuable in its hijacked narrative that was based on fraud. That could turn out to be a bad thing. So I was trying to do that before the Genius Act. The Genius Act has only made this scam worse, but here's the problem, right? In fact, I even thought about writing the article that I was writing. I drafted it. It was like, what if you could stop the Big Short 2.0, right? And
can we write a book on it? Can we write a book on it before the end of the show?
yeah, we could. So Mike Adams, by the way, has added the podcast transcripts for the Aaron Day show into his database. So you can write books now based on the stuff that we're talking about. It'll reference this, which is awesome. I'm grateful for that. I think maybe it's worth doing. The problem is, like, I get caught up, like, where am I going to spend my time? And then I'm kind of, we still need solutions. But here's the thing, going back to this whole comparing where we are now to 2008, the new big to fail when this collapses is going to be Tether. Yeah. It's going to be Bitcoin. This is what is going to get bailed out. Not your investment fund, not your ETF, not your 401k, not your stock portfolio, not your bank account. What is going to get bailed out because of personal connections, and because when you really dig into the history of Tether, you don't even have to do a lot of research. A lot of people have done research on this. Whitney Webb, others, there are a lot of articles on this. I mean, the backgrounds of the people behind Tether, they were involved with Ponzi schemes before. The whole thing has there's not a good element to it at all. Right? The whole thing is completely shady, no audits. And it's one of those things where no one will want to admit or allow it to be public how big a scam this is when it blows up, because of the size of what Tether will be when it blows up. So mark that in the set of predictions for the Big Short 2.0 on this.
Well, and is it possible, Aaron, look, I mean, I know we've hinted at this before, and you've probably done multiple podcasts with this kind of a question coming up, but 2008 to 2010, right? I mean, let me just a smidge of background on this, right? Out of 9/11, we get the Patriot Act, 90% unread by Congress when it passes. We get the intelligence agencies gain unprecedented access to private data. TSA's created. Afghanistan and Iraq wars begin. Defense budgets explode. Again, this goes into the debt, all the things we're talking about, government debt. Defense budgets explode. Surveillance infrastructure becomes normalized, right? So we just get used to it, right? And then the media consolidates power around all these pro-war narratives. Then we enter into this 2008, 2010 global financial crisis and monetary regime shift. Bitcoin emerges out of this, Aaron, 2008, 2009. I have this question because you watch what came out of this. It's almost like like we were talking about 1930, they sort of planned some of this stuff. Is it possible that Bitcoin was, built to fail, but have all these projects along the way? You know what I mean? Like, can you add a wrapper? What can BlackRock do with it? How much assets can we get into it? Can we transfer it from a transactional currency to a digital gold? Can we, all these different things? I mean, I know it's a lot of questions, but you just wonder about it, right? Because around this, we see the digital monetary architecture really starts to take shape. We see central banks redefine their powers around after this 2008, 2010 window. Treasury and Wall Street sort of merge, right? That's a whole other concept, the merger. And we saw this come about with the repo crisis before COVID in 2019. We get the housing bubble implodes in this window of time. Derivative markets collapse, too big to fail. Banks fail but are saved. We get Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson, ex-Goldman guy, orchestrates the bailout. Congress is bypassed in many decisions. No major bankers get prosecuted out of this whole thing. Quantitative easing begins. Okay, this is that, quantitative easing, quantitative tightening. This is the Fed getting outside its normal realm. Okay, and the Fed balance sheet expands exponentially. So this ties into what we're talking about with the debt. And what I wonder, Aaron, could Bitcoin have been like a test dummy in some ways for some of this stuff, and then you go into Epstein, and it's like we know that just recently, Brock Pierce, obviously they had meetings in his, Manhattan residence, the one that was given to him by Les Wexner. We have Larry Summers just getting completely banned, right? Also having had conversations with Epstein. Larry Summers is kind of a goofball, but nonetheless, this guy he was connected in these circles, and then we get the emails showing that Epstein was discussing crypto policy, kind of like you were saying. I mean, the emails are out there, and who knows what's going to come with this next round, a dump on all these Epstein files. Most people are going to gloss right over this, right? But there could be some real gems in there for us trying to sort for this to see if this is when it was structured in this 2008, 2010 timeframe. And then, and I'll leave it at that, but we know he had, involvement in the MIT Media Lab, which helped support the cryptocurrency research initiative. It's just, the whole thing's fishy to me, Aaron. Could this thing have been could Bitcoin have been a test dummy? Is there any chance of that?
There's always a chance. I've flipped back and forth on this myself. And, to me, the fatal flaw with Bitcoin is that it's on a transparent ledger, right? It's not private. And because there's a whole interesting story about this. I did a podcast on this because I dissected. It was part of what really got me to want to do Technocracy Atlas. I saw Dr. Jack Kruse do a podcast interview where, he made a claim about who Satoshi is. And he had a really interesting long narrative about it, going back to kind of the history of the Jewish mafia laundering money, and the predecessor before Bitcoin. There was a cryptocurrency that actually had backing by the chair, venture capital firms, the chair of MIT, Nicholas Negroponte, who also knew Jeffrey Epstein. That project failed, but Jack Kruse's thing was that he thinks he identified who Satoshi was, this guy, Len Sassaman, and that, it was, the way he tries to spin it is that Bitcoin was designed to be something that the CIA and the mafia both didn't control. I have not been able to validate his narrative, and I've actually tweeted with him a bit on it online, and I'm like, where's your source for this? He's like, well, ask Meyer Lansky's lawyer. So his claim, because the part of this that I couldn't figure out was the idea that the mob was involved in actually funding some of these early cryptocurrencies. Although it makes sense if you're in the money laundering game, and then part of the story is that Lansky uncovered that the Federal Reserve was fraudulent. So this isn't a situation where it's even necessarily that the mafia guys are the bad guys. They're all the same thing in a way, but it gives an interesting story as to who might have been behind Bitcoin. But either way, what you end up with is digital surveillance money. Had Bitcoin been actually private, that would have been a different story. But the truth is that all of the transactions can be tracked. It would have been more difficult if people were doing 50,000 transactions a second on Bitcoin, but not that much more difficult with AI, right? So at the end of the day, I do wonder, what that was all about. And then you think about the timing. And look, I've got to tell you, I've learned enough stuff in the last year. I just learned something about, I don't want to say it publicly because I want to vet some of this, but some of the people that funded the Libertarian Party and, you know, some of these big DC think tanks had ties to the intelligence agency from the beginning. I think the Libertarian Party might have been a psyop, legitimately, with what it was designed to fail. So I think that it's possible. But nevertheless, whether it started out with a bad intention or not, it is clearly not what people think it is. It is not freedom money. It is not decentralized. It is not any of these things. And most people are fooled by that at this point.
Isn't it fair, though, since we're talking about the comparisons between 2008 to the crisis now, that Bitcoin came up right out of that whole crisis? Does that factor in at all in your mind, or do you think it was just a coincidence? Because to me, it seems like there's a thread there. I just don't know how to connect it. But do you think that's a coincidence, or you think there could be something to that?
Well, I mean, back when I thought that Bitcoin was the white hat solution to this, right? Because, I mean, we were coming out of the financial crisis, and you actually had, this is the thing that gets frustrating when you think back about it historically. It's kind of like with Obamacare, and you had the town halls. Just remember, after the 2008 crisis, you actually had people on the left and the right agreeing that the bankers were the problem, right? You had Occupy Wall Street, which was a left movement, and then you had the Tea Party movement on the right, and both groups agreed that bankers were the problem. Both groups understood that the bankers, fueled the crisis, and that the bankers got bailed out and everybody else didn't, right? So there was a period of time there where we actually had some small degree of unity. Now, everything that we've just discussed about debt levels and the great taking and everything else, there have been no negative repercussions whatsoever for banks. Zero. They're not held any more accountable than they were. And in fact, things have just been released. There's no longer a reserve requirement for banks, thanks to the COVID policies. Everything so it's already structured. Whatever happens next when the shoe drops already benefits traditional finance. It already benefits these big players, and certainly Bitcoin. And now Bitcoin's part of that. Bitcoin is part of that psyop, and it very well may be that this is just an opportunity for. It's a temporary transition for people to steal assets from people, to dump on retail through Bitcoin and diversify it into other assets. And if you want to look for an example of somebody's doing that, it's Tether, right? I mean, Tether, with all the people behind Tether were Bitcoin people before. And because of the ties with Ifinex, you would think that this was about it. And because Tether was largely used to pump up the price of Bitcoin, you would think that these were maybe people that thought Bitcoin was the future of money. Well, if they thought Bitcoin was the future of money, why are they buying gold? Why are they buying land? So Bitcoin might just be this complete, well-constructed Ponzi to extract wealth from people.
Well, what about the connection to, it seems like there's connections from what I've done to, development having occurred in England. Anything that your research, the guy that you would talk to, is there any connection to England? Because in anything you can recall it all. And then also the other question I had with it, just since we're talking debt levels and money movement, is the, movement out of China, right? People using Bitcoin as one of its waves, to get money out of China into other assets. It's an escape vehicle out of the Chinese system.
I mean, the only people that have claimed from London that are associated with any of this is Craig Wright, who actually is Australian, who claimed to be Satoshi and then moved to England. But other than that, this other guy, Len Sassman, was actually based in Belgium. So that was his location. So I have not actually heard of any ties. And, when people have done these various analysis where they try to look at when Satoshi posted to the forums and when a whole bunch of things were happening to try to pinpoint his location, actually, it kind of points to the west coast of the U.S., but of course, that could have been thrown off as well. But Len Sassman was born in Pennsylvania. He moved to San Francisco Bay from the late 90s to the early 2000s, and he actually worked on PGP and privacy projects. And then he was a PhD candidate in Belgium, and he was under David Chaum, who is a noted cryptographer who created, hardcore crypto. I mean, he's not and then he died shortly after the time when Satoshi stopped posting. So he is a viable candidate. He does actually possess the technical ability, but he doesn't have any ties to London. And I've heard of I am unaware of any ties there.
Okay. Well, it does fit with, that it's never been claimed, you know what I mean? That those Bitcoin are still sitting there, right? With the death. I mean, that would make some sense, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. It also could be Hal Finney. I mean, it could be, there are a whole bunch of candidates. I mean, you can go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
A bunch of different ways. I thought Jack Cruz's narrative was interesting, but it's so far unprovable. But although, you know what, maybe what we ought to do is call Meyer Lansky's lawyer. I mean, who's in Florida. I mean, he indicated that that's the source. So I guess the logical thing to do would be to contact him. I mean, why not? This is the kind of project we can do with Technocracy Atlas. It's like, all right, here's what we know. Here's what we don't know. Why don't we go try to find out this information? Yeah. If somebody's claiming that this guy's lawyer knows it, well, let's see what he has to say. He's probably going to deny it, but if he denies it, then you go back to Jack Cruz. It's like, what's your basis for claiming that the lawyer knows? Are you projecting that this happened and that his lawyer would know about it, but no one's actually talked to the lawyer? Nobody's ever confirmed any of this. This is just a very clever deflection tactic. I mean, I like Jack Cruz. Again, I'm wearing these glasses because of this. I think he's wrong about Bitcoin, but he tells some pretty interesting stories. But it's like a lot of things. There's always an element of truth to these psyops, and so it's like I listen to his stuff and I'm like, all right, I like that's good. I can track this. But then some of his stuff you can't track. Well, okay, maybe that's the psyop part of it. So anyway.
Yeah.
The question for me is, how much time do we try to spend on that versus, all right, well, we need solutions anyway, right?
Yeah, we need solutions.
But I've got a few slides here on this AI question, because again, whether this is my feed now that I know that I'm shadow banned on this grok sucker thing, I think I'm gonna double down on it somehow. I don't know how, but somehow I'm gonna try to figure out a way to make that more prominent. But if we look at, so now let's talk about AI. And again, every time we talk about AI, I've got to say it in the nuanced approach, and the nuance is always hard. And the nuance is that AI could be a tremendous force for freedom, or it could be the biggest vector ever for technocracy. That's actually what's at stake. But today I saw, and I have mentioned this before, because I was on this panel with Ed Dowd. I was at this Brownstone Institute panel, and he's a big, AI is a bubble guy. And I'm kind of like, and then I realized that I think he's using it in the right term, but other people are confusing a bubble with vaporware. Because there are a lot of people you'll talk to that are like, oh yeah, what they'll focus on is that somebody came out with a research report that said most corporations haven't actually gotten any ROI on their AI investment. And there's kind of they're going down the path of, well, the technology doesn't actually work. It's a nothing burger, right? That's different than a speculative bubble. Wall Street will sell anything to anyone. They will rip off people on whatever it happens to be. In fact, by the time something gets to Wall Street, I think I've told this story before. Well, the first story was when I was going to take my first company public, and we selected this investment bank, Lazard Frere, in New York, which is a real boutique, but high end. I mean, these are the kind of bankers that work on really high end deals. So our banker, I'm like 21 at the time or whatever, and I'm hanging out with my banker, and my banker's like, oh yeah, I'm going to the Hamptons for the weekend, and that kind of thing, right? So we fly out and we meet with them, and we'd signed a letter of intent. We're getting ready to do an all hands meeting and go through the formal process of doing an IPO, and it got derailed because the only company they ever had before ours in the queue was Brock Pierce's company, which blew up Den. Digital Entertainment Network, because there were a whole bunch of people accused of, child grooming. And it's actually, there's a documentary on it that's really chilling online. I should find the link to it on BitChute. When you watch that, it's like, Jesus Christ, this thing was horrible. You had like Bryan Singer, I believe, and a whole bunch of other people having these parties with young boys and getting them drunk. And I think the story was one of the young kids that was brought into this at one point ended up committing suicide. It's really not a good story. And then people fled. to Spain or Portugal or something. Anyway, that was my first experience with Brock Pierce, which I didn't even realize who he was at the time until quite a bit afterwards. But then I was going through a second round of, we didn't go public then. And then we were growing the company, and then we were going to go do a large round of funding. And I'm meeting with, God, what's his name? Now I can't even, I'm getting old, but the guy that runs Business Insider, Henry Blodgett.
Oh yeah.
So I met with Henry Blodgett. I think it was in the World Trade Center at CIBC Oppenheimer. And this would have been 99, maybe 2000. And he was like this big analyst. Henry Blodgett was like the internet analyst. He was the guy, he was wearing a bow tie, and he'd go out there and tell you how great these internet stocks were. Even though, a lot of the companies that he was pushing, I remember he was pushing a company called Value America, which was a online retailer that was just, it was selling, it was trying to be kind of like a Walmart type of thing online, but they had negative gross margins. And so I asked him about this. I'm like, you're out there pumping this company. I'm like, what are they going to do? Make it up in volume? I mean, it's one thing to lose money. It's another thing, when you actually have negative gross margins, right? And so I would quiz him on all these things. But I remember at some point there was this other banker, his name was Kent F. Well, we're trying to raise money, and they don't care. I'm talking about what our business model is and everything else. And the only thing they cared about was who our VCs were that were in the deal. And I was actually told at one point that we weren't losing enough money per month to go public. At one point, the metric that was important to go public is you had to have a high enough burn rate to be able to justify raising enough money. This is how insane. So I'm saying this to you to say this. When it comes to the investments, when it comes to what your advisor is going to tell you, what your stockbroker is going to tell you, what an analyst is going to tell you, they will lie, cheat, and steal to pump their VC, Ivy League school friends companies and dump those on retail and dump those on pension funds and dump it on whoever that they can.
All day long.
All day long. That doesn't mean there's a technology bubble. It means we have capital markets that have never had any integrity. So it wouldn't matter. They will do this with whatever the hot category is. So most of these things are going to fail because this is part of the normal process. I mean, most things do fail. That's not necessarily a bad thing. This is the creative destruction, learning process, so on and so forth. But particularly when there is a frothy technology bubble, they'll get all of their friends. Because I got involved with the .com thing in 1995. Like this was, I remember Mark Andreessen was on the front cover of Time magazine, didn't wear shoes. And I was like 19 at the time. This was before the bubble part of it happened. And when the bubble part of it happened, you had people from Harvard Business School coming in and starting companies as CEOs that had absolutely ridiculous business models that were losing money, but their business school friends that were venture capitalists would fund it. And it would go through this pipeline through investment banks. So when we're talking about the AI bubble, chances are, if you're looking at this from an investment perspective and your broker's pitching you a stock, you're probably going to lose money. But that doesn't mean that AI is not going to fundamentally transform the economy. I think it'll be 100x or more what the internet was in terms of transforming what happens. And so now I'm wondering like what to do about the fact that people are really adamant. There are a lot of people that I know that I agree with on most other issues, but their whole big thing is just to rag on the fact that AI is a bubble or a fad. And I'm trying to figure out what to do about this because this has become a dominant part of their narrative. So if your thing is that AI is going to crash the economy, okay, so what? What is it? So what do you propose? What do you propose? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think people are not going to adopt AI? Are you suggesting people shouldn't invest in AI? Like, what is the point of people pushing that narrative? What are people supposed to do with that theme or that information? And because I'm genuinely perplexed because I see it and I'm like, most of the time when people say that, they've never used AI. They don't actually have direct experience with the technology. But why is this narrative so popular? And it gains a lot of traction. These posts get a lot of traction. Calling AI a bubble, you'll get a lot of positive response on that. You'll get a lot of retweets on that.
Well, and they like it out there because, you'll hear every day Peter Thiel dropped his share of Nvidia. You'll hear Michael Burry, right, the Big Short. He's shorting Nvidia and Tesla, and he's saying how obvious it is. And so I think he's in that camp of I don't think he's in the camp. I haven't heard him say anything about it being, vaporware. I haven't heard anything to that level. I've just heard that, when you look at OpenAI, Sam Altman, the amount of money being spent and the revenues coming in just doesn't add up on a balance sheet perspective, right? That's where I think they're coming from. But then you have to factor in, does OpenAI beat Anthropic to the IPO market, right? Because they're both going to go from a private to a public and they're in a race for it, because it's going to be same thing. The first one to get there is going to get the spoils, right? They're going to get the run, assuming the market, again, what are the market conditions at the time? But if people are neutral to positive on the market, that's going to be hyped. It's going to be a big deal. Wall Street's going to get behind it. They're going to push that. The media is going to push it, and you're going to get this big influx into OpenAI, and it's going to solve a lot of that gap, so. Or Anthropic, with these tensile processing units, right, that have just come on strong. So I think that there's, we're starting to see this broaden out. Okay. It's not just NVIDIA. And, we can draw, I've been working on this map, showing all the different components, right? NVIDIA at the center and all the circular financing. And it is getting concocted. It's not easy to sort your way through what's going on. Leasing this chip to, XAI, and XAI is doing this. I mean, it's pretty complicated. And I've been trying to do it in layers so that you can actually see these things stack on top of each other and you can see the references. So there's definitely some Wall Street, and craftiness going into this whole operation. But when you see these markets go, again, back to debt, when you see these things go for debt, when you look at something like Oracle, I mean, the debt has no problem going through. So the markets still seem to be, look, credit spreads, we just talked about corporate debt. We look at these credit spreads. They're pretty tight, Aaron. They're still really tight. And that tells us that, that people are one of two things. Either they don't sense fear or they're asleep at the wheel. So, one of those two things, right? And so I think what's happening is I don't hear vaporware. I think that's sort of anybody who's in that camp, I think is sort of, they're not paying close enough attention, and they haven't done enough experimentation with things, or they're not paying close enough attention. I think the next thing is how much of a accounting scandal is going on, and how are they moving money, and why are they doing this? And you've mentioned that in some of the technocracy roundtables, that it's a race, because winner take all, and so I think that's part of why the spend is going on and why they're doing this. But you get Anthropic with these TPUs, and how much does that displace NVIDIA's position? We're still trying to sort that out in the markets. So I think the big takeaway for me is, can Michael Burry be right? Can he call some bubbles? Again, back to our chaos theory. There are going to be things that are going to get hammered, right? There are going to be things that get destroyed, and they're going to get destroyed quickly. I mean, they might be here today and gone in 2 or 3 months, that fast. These companies just poof, gone, because something displaces them. But that doesn't mean that this AI isn't going to forge forward, and that it isn't going to get, that it isn't going to get inroads in all kinds of places and achieve what you're talking about, 100x what the internet was. So I mean, I'm just trying to, connect the dots. I think a lot of people can be right, and I think yet a lot of people will be wrong in how this whole thing. So everyone will be able to claim, well, I was right on this, I was right on that. And then I think everybody can be shot down and say, well, he was wrong on this, and he was wrong on that, and he was wrong on this. I think it's going to be really hard to get everything correct moving through this. Just be prepared for chaos and trying to catch the themes. Again, if someone's, from an investing perspective, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be hard to track this stuff, and you're going to have to be on your game. From just an overall, what's going on in this market space, and solution oriented, which is, I think, where we're headed tonight, is, what are the solutions here? How do we solve our way through this? How do we anticipate? What are the canaries in the coal mine? What are we watching for? For people who are trying to protect assets, or be that entrepreneur that's trying to start something up and grow this, this AI corporate, this AI, what's the right word?
Parallel solution and ecosystem, right? Your own ecosystem, your own environment. I guess that's really the word I'm looking for, is trying to grow an environment that can lead to huge productivity gains.
I don't think you really have to worry that much about it, really. I mean, I don't know what anyone's concern would be. You're operating in your own little space. This thing can blow up. You don't really care. I mean, maybe chips get cheaper because no one else is buying them. I mean, I just don't know, right?
Well, again, my point is, and I don't own any stocks. I don't own any bonds. I wouldn't invest in any of those financial instruments. My perspective is the whole market is rigged. But the point that the point that I'm trying to make is that AI capex contributed 1.1% of GDP, and
right.
in 2025, people were calling for recessions. One of the only things that's kept the economy rolling at all is AI. So I guess what I'm going back to is when people say that AI is going to crash the economy, I don't think it's going to crash the economy, but I think the economy would have already crashed were it not for AI, based on what's going on outside of AI. So I don't think that it's necessarily that it's a bubble that's going to cause it to collapse. If anything, it bought more time. More time, because that's not even necessarily a good thing. I don't think the longer this charade goes on, the better, because you end up with, too big to fail, UBI, and technocracy. The longer this goes on, the worse, right? If we had a market collapse now, then maybe the technocrats aren't ready. Every day that goes by, it gives them the opportunity to seed, for Musk to go on there and talk about it's not going to be universal basic income, it's going to be universal super income. And, no one's going to have to work in 20 years, and the robots are going to do everything. And we're not even going to need currency, right? Again, this is the propaganda. He controls the largest propaganda force, and it's all glorifying him, and it's all glorifying technocracy. And I think that's fairly disgusting. But yeah, I mean, as to what to invest in, nobody can predict. Absolutely no. I actually think that whoever the big winner is might not even be a company yet. I actually think that, because I do think that there are huge advantages to not being first. Being first is usually the hard way to go. I mean, I've experienced, usually I'm doing stuff first, and you have to figure the stuff out. But if you figure the stuff out, the next guy can come in and just take everything that you've learned and run with it without the baggage. Because usually to figure stuff out first costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. And then you put some stuff in that infrastructure that you have to then pivot from, right? If somebody can just come in and say, I'm going to steal that idea without any of the bullshit, then that makes it easier. I mean, I'll tell you, more of my money goes to Anthropic than any of the others. Simply because it is the dominant model for coding, and it's not even close. I mean, whatever anybody has to say about it, whatever Musk tries to say, nobody's using Grok for coding. He's using Grok for coding, which is why they're high up in the leadership boards, not because other people are using it, but it is a phenomenal model for coding. And I was wrong about the fact that I thought Anthropic, Musk was kind of positioning for whatever their new model may be. I mean, they're certainly going at a quick rate, but I actually think that Anthropic may time it better. And I don't use ChatGPT. I don't use ChatGPT for coding. In fact, I don't use ChatGPT or OpenAI for anything anymore. I have a bunch of APIs, and I use whatever the best thing is, and they're not the best at anything. There's no reason to use ChatGPT, which is why he just issued a red warning or whatever they called it, code red. Sam Altman just issued a code red. So I don't know how to pick winners and losers or whatever but I know that I'm going to use whatever the best thing is. Right now it's Anthropic, but again, markets change over time. But I think that the people that are like, I'm not going to invest in the entire category. And again, I wouldn't necessarily invest in learning how these things work. I don't care which stocks you buy, but if you're like, the bubble's going to burst and there's going to be no AI left out of it, that is false. I will guarantee you that is not what the conclusion is. And by the way, when you see the comments on these posts, when people say it's a bubble, the comments are, companies aren't getting an ROI. Oh, I've never used it, or I tried it. It doesn't really do anything. It's, again, read the comments on that. Those people are flat out wrong and are going to be in a really bad position for holding that view.
Yep.
So again, AI investments are pretty much what are keeping the lights on. So, and by the way, this is the other thing that's interesting. This is somewhat unique about this technology cycle. Usually when there's a technology cycle, you have startups that are venture funded, right? These are new companies that have to get outside funding. The interesting thing about this whole scenario is it's mostly large pre-existing tech companies that are bankrolling all of this. So it's not like it's This isn't widows and orphans that are spending their money on this. This is companies that are already wildly profitable in most cases that are spending their money on this. So that's actually quite a bit different. And then, of course, you as the individual investor will only get to buy it when it's $1 trillion plus market cap. So that's just the nature of you getting screwed by the SEC and Wall Street and everybody else. So right out of the gates, if your only opportunity to buy these things is after all of the insiders have been able to make their 10,000x returns, you're already disadvantaged. And by the way, you won't even own the voting rights to the thing that you buy anyway. That is what it is. But big tech capital expenditures on this, $212 billion in 2024, up to $361 billion this year. And a lot of this data center investment offset consumer spending and manufacturing weakness. I mean, this is true because when you actually talk to the average person, I mean, I don't know a single general person that thinks the economy is going well at all. Right. In fact, most people are getting absolutely crushed by inflation. So it literally, and there have been multiple people that have said AI has kept the economy out of a recession. This has been stated multiple times, certainly by any number of investment banks from Deutsche Bank and others on down the line. And then the other piece of this is, I mean, there is a productivity boost. So before AI, productivity was stuck at 1.2% increase annually, kind of since the 2008 collapse. And now productivity is growing overall at 2%, and industries using AI are seeing 5 to 30% output per worker gains. And I was telling Craig this, the whole thing about AI is you have to start, and it's all about incremental improvements. And it goes through this period where you start to use things. I mean, I've started many projects and then I've abandoned them, or I got stuck on something, and I keep a whole bunch of stuff going. And then all of a sudden, but you keep at it, you keep trying new things, new models. And then all of a sudden something will hit. And then all of a sudden in like 72 hours, a whole bunch of stuff that you've been working on comes together. It's just part of that creative process of being involved in using it. But what I'm seeing right now is the compound impact. So and the effort, all of the effort of working on this stuff is now finally coming together. And now I'm getting to the point where it's like I said, I'll be able to spend about a half an hour on a podcast. And then the time that I will spend on the podcast is doing the research and thinking through what to talk about. And of course, the research now, I mean, I've got a thing that uses my own database. It uses multiple AIs, then it calls from real-time data through multiple sources, and then it uses multiple different things, and then it can automate. Because again, this is part of what you go through. Well, what is my process for doing a podcast? Well, I research all of this stuff, and then I cross-check this, and then I try to put together some themes and ideas and synthesize some information to put it together, and then I try to lay it out and everything else. That takes a lot of time, or at least historically, that's taken a lot of time. But you start playing with these tools, and you realize, hey, this thing can get all of the real-time information on this if I just ask the question in the right way, and I can have it pull that information in whatever format I want. And then I can have this take this information, and then I can put together an outline out of it. And then I can have visuals that are made now that have no errors from a text perspective, which obviously if you've been watching this show, I realize, all right, am I going to spend 10 minutes trying to regenerate this one image? Now people will understand what's going on here. Now I don't even have to worry about that. Now the text is perfect. So it's like, okay, cool. So anyway, so even as companies are starting to implement these things, yeah, if you are implementing Chat GPT 3.5 or whatever it happened to be, and you're trying to get this through compliance in your corporate environment, and then you're trying to figure out how you're going to train your employees on it, and then you realize it's hallucinating and everything else, yeah, early on, you're going to have problems with it. But once you get that environment set up, once you get everything fine-tuned and you get your environment down, then the productivity gains really hit. So I think you're going to see that happening a lot, where you're going to see the cumulative effects of the improvement in the AI and then people learning how to use it. Then you're going to reach some critical mass point. And I think that critical mass point is 2026. I don't even think it's 2027, because again, from my own experience, it's been just a breakthrough in the last 3 weeks.
Well, again, back to the small cap sector, it would be very fascinating to see if this actually does, whether it's has anything to do with the administration's policies of, depreciate depreciation schedules and, tax situations and all the things that they're trying to do to, invigorate, or at least the things that they say they're trying to do to invigorate the economy. Does this come through in the small cap sector? Because really, like we were saying, I think there's the one side where the big corporations will pick up things on the cheap, things that fail. But on the other side, you're going to see the real innovation starting to take place. Is it going to happen in small companies that are 20, 30, 40 people? Because they can move more quickly and they have more of a directive. They're much more clear on where they're headed. They have a clear focus point and they know what they're trying to get to. I mean, that's always been the recipe, right, Aaron? You know your outcome, you know what you're trying to get to, and you figure out what's the quickest path to get there. And so now you start engaging all these tools and you start, like you said, dead end, dead end, dead end. And then in 72 hours, boom, a lot of things come together. Is that the same kind of mentality that happens in these small cap stocks? And does the market start to pick that up? I mean, I know maybe you're not a big fan of the markets, but I still am a believer that these markets do tell you a lot. They know a lot of things that go on. And, so I still look to them I look to them way before I look to any of the media, long before I look to the media. I look at the markets long before there. So anyway, so that's kind of how I see it. I think it's chaos, but I do think that what you're talking about could be picked up on that small mid-cap stock, and we could see them take off.
Yeah, you could. I mean, I'm a fan of markets. I just don't know if I would call what we have markets based on how they actually work and how trading actually works. But I'm certainly a big fan of voluntary exchange, and I think we have an opportunity to create new markets. But I think your point is spot on. I mean, look for wherever there's innovation, and by the way, this is the whole part of the problem. Innovation doesn't usually come from big companies because of regulation, because of process, because of bureaucracy. But it does come from there through government contracts and through cronyism. That's typically where you see that. And so at this point, you don't really want to see that, right? And this is the risk with AI, right? The risk with AI is, I don't want to see one of these things where President Trump is with the CEO of Google and the CEO of Microsoft and Elon Musk. Whenever I see that, I'm like, we're about to get screwed, right? We're about to see some kind of national, thing where at the end of it, people are going to lose their rights and we're going to have something forced on us from the top down in the interest of national defense. And once they categorize something as national defense, then we essentially lose our constitutional rights, whatever we have anyway, right? But yeah, I think you're going to see small companies. And again, but to me, and this is actually the area that I'm most interested in, which of course most people can't access. But well, you can if you're clever about it. It's startups that from scratch. I'll give you an example of some things. Anybody that uses Salesforce.com or Oracle NetSuite or any of these big programs, these software programs suck. I mean, my company was one of the first companies in 2004. We were a really early user of Salesforce. These things are like bloated, hard to use, hard to configure, expensive. Then you have to bring in consultants. You know what I've learned more often when I just write my own software now with AI. And you're going to find, and by the way, a big company couldn't do that. A big company is sitting there, well, how do we onboard new people to the system? And then you look at how their flow works for sales, for contracts and everything else. It's like, that's a real obstacle to fix. Like that's a gigantic, area of inefficiency that's hard to get out of. And then you have multi-year contracts and service agreements and everything else. So I think new companies and small companies have real potential for this, and people that are applying AI in a real novel way to solve problems. But I mean, I can see a lot of software companies, so I saw somebody on my X feed was like, man, Elon got ripped off. He paid $41 million for Twitter. And he showed himself creating in like an hour with a time-lapsed thing, a complete clone of Twitter. He's like, I could have done it for you for, in an hour, but was literally able to kind of duplicate the functionality of X. It is actually getting to that point where it is that easy. You can actually say to the AI, go and reverse engineer this, because it'll go look at the code and it will look at how it's built, and then it can just literally replicate and improve upon it. So software companies are going to be, I think software companies could get crushed. So that's a lot of software companies could get crushed. Like, what is your edge going to be if you're running a software company that's not AI? But then the other question is, again, when you talk about AI, so this is the thing for me. I actually commented about this with Rumble. It's like, if your company doesn't have an API, if you don't have a way for me to be able to integrate it with your software through APIs, having to manually use software. I think I use this as an example. I was using this thing for my podcast called Red Circle, and it's basically a distribution platform that puts it on Spotify and all these other things. Well, the time involved, I have to take my audio files, I have to make them smaller, I have to come up with descriptions and everything else. It's like, it takes me like an hour to do this. And so this is why my podcasts are delayed. They're like 17 episodes behind, because it's like, okay, to spend an hour per episode to do this, I've been waiting for a solution. So I just switched to another platform where I could automate the entire process. So now when the show's done, I take my transcript file from StreamYard, drop it, and then it gets automatically uploaded, and all of the files get resized and all the images, and then the show notes and everything. It's an automated process. That takes an hour. That saves an hour a week now, 2 hours a week, because it's 2 podcasts per week. So I think you're going to see interesting things with software. Anytime somebody's job, if it's using software manually, that will go away.
Yep. Well, and like you said, the big companies like Salesforce and these other ones, how they suck. The small companies weren't able to do this in the past either, because they don't have the big IT, departments. So they're sort of hampered, as big and as cumbersome as the big companies are, and as messy and as bloated as that software gets, and the hardware and software and the whole combination of everything. The small companies didn't have the team to do it. Now they do, right? That's what's changing here. You know what I mean? Now they can, 1 or 2 sharp IT people can make a lot of headway for a small company, like a lot.
Or you even need IT people. You actually get the thing is, it's blurring the lines where you don't need the IT people as even the buffer between translating what you want as a business requirement out of technology and the delivery of the technology. So I would look for, IT people need to be adaptive and embrace AI, because there's also another concern of IT people. I see a lot of IT people poo-pooing AI. They're like, oh, well, you can't use AI for coding or whatever. Now it becomes another one of these badge of honor things, kind of like, oh, well, we want to make this technology hard to use, so that's kind of for our own club. But those people are going to find that that's not a viable strategy. Like, if you're a coder and you're avoiding using AI, there's going to come a point where that's not even remotely tenable.
Yep. Well, I think it's getting there. I work with a couple programmers that help me do some stuff, and they've been using it, and they're like, wow, it's some of the cleanest code I've ever seen. And they used to outsource things to different groups. And, obviously this whole H-1B visa thing with India has become obviously a hot button over the last couple months. And I don't even think people need it anymore, really. Someone who can, they don't need to outsource it. Someone who understands. I do think that there's still a need for IT. Not that many people are, there's a certain group of people who are to have to have all parts and pieces of the package that you need. Understanding marketing, understanding finance, understanding, enough to troubleshoot things when they don't work, whether it's a, operating system or whatever, and then to be able to ask the questions and have enough background knowledge. That's not everyone has that skill set. Those people are far and few between, and you've had that background, so you have that skill set. I still think you need IT people to help when something breaks. They just don't even know how to fix it. They might know how to do the specific things they know how to do. For instance, if someone's a marketing genius, they could probably write programs that help them do marketing, put together marketing packages and things like that, and put a whole package together for people. But I think that, to have that whole package of being able to understand how to operating systems and fight your way through even just plugging in all the equipment, like getting that RAID drive system that you have, that's not easy. You know what I mean? Most people need like a tech department to help them with stuff. They don't know how to troubleshoot that stuff. You know what I mean? I still think that is an issue. A lot of people don't have that skill set.
It is, but what I'm saying is the kinds of companies that are going to, so it's getting to the point now where the best practices are being bundled together so that you can create a virtual organization. It's like, all right, again, I want to find out who the best person is at marketing. It's like, this has been now a document. I'm bringing in a repeatable skill set, and the skill sets are not just tech. The skill sets are branding, marketing, customer service is obviously being completely replaced. If you look at what's going on with 11 Labs and you get the workflow done, I mean, people will complain about call centers being outsourced to India. You're not going to be hearing anybody with an Indian accent doing call centers in 24 months. Because that's just a question of getting the workflow right and then creating your own database of questions and answers. And it's not just a tree, right, that we're used to now. It's like, oh, if you know, call a bank or whatever, and if you have this query, press 3, right? You could recreate a customer service phone system that a bank has in 5 minutes, and it would be better. Because then what you essentially can do is log every question and answer pair, and then you can have a front end interface where you're talking to a voice, and the voice is able to pull from every question and every answer that's ever come about, right? That's already happening. I mean, I think we all kind of expect that call centers are going to go away, but I'm saying this from the standpoint of when you think about what will be automated out of existence, and then you start thinking about people's jobs, the whole workflow can be automated. Most of these workflows can be automated. And so it's going to come down to they're just automated sets of business processes. And it's not that they're programming themselves, but you're using programming to automate whatever the business process is. So again, I would encourage people, if you don't like your job and it looks like it's one of the ones that's on the chopping block, then now's a good time to start thinking about what it is that you want to do and acquiring those skills, because this is going to come. It's going to come really fast. Rachel said, I tried a few branding AIs and they suck. Yeah, most of the tools suck. You can create your own branding. You can create your own branding team. And you'd be like, I created a branding team. I was working on the daylight stuff. I'm like, all right, I ended up with, Leonardo da Vinci, Frank Lloyd Wright, Joni Ivey from Apple, and a couple of other people having an interesting, and the guy who did the Pink Floyd artwork, that kind of vibe. Because I'm just like, all right, well, let's see because these people know more about branding and this kind of thing. And then I researched who's good at branding. If you're using an off-the-shelf AI, then they're basically giving you a template for branding. It's better than doing it yourself. It's better than manual. But my point is, yes, people are not necessarily going to do what I'm doing, but what I'm doing is going to become packaged. Those are going to become modules that everyone can use. That's what's going on with human knowledge. So you're able to kind of pick up these best practices from all kinds of disciplines on how to do just about anything. So anyway, it's I don't know. I want to have Mike on because I want to think through predictions for 2026, which I will tell you up front, they'll 90% be wrong, at least. I do not claim to have any crystal ball. In fact, at least I know. But what I do know is, what I will say is this: it will go faster, and the breakthroughs will be significantly bigger than anybody thinks next year, because we're now at the level of where I'm seeing how that the AIs can connect with one another, connect knowledge, and start putting the information together. We're starting to see breakthroughs in science and math. We're starting to see fundamental breakthroughs on things that will question what we think we know about reality. That will be 2026. This is not way off in the future. I mean, Musk's new thing is coming out. Well, version 4.2 is coming out, I don't know, maybe today, but version 5 of whatever he's putting together. I mean, they already have these things that they're at the top level kind of IQ in every scientific category, whatever the highest PhD is in each of the scientific disciplines. And they're now every day I see, like in my feed, they're breaking through, on these tests of intelligence in different categories. The records are all getting crushed. I mean, it's not plateauing either. There are a lot of people that said, oh, this LLM model, it's going to die at some point because, you can't just keep throwing money or data centers at the problem. And they're not. They're finding different ways of solving the problem. And then, of course, the AI is then solving different ways to solve AI. So you're going to see compound effects next year that I can't predict, but that are going to be kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, I can see that. It makes sense. And like you said, the big thing is to just jump in. You know, you got to, if you have an idea, jump in and give it a shot. You know, see if you can't make some headway in it. Once you make a little bit of headway, once you break through the ice, I think then it's like anything, right? You know, you start gaining knowledge and you know, you can bang your head against the wall. I'm sure you felt this way, where you bang your head against the wall for 2-3 weeks on something, feel like you're making no progress, then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, kind of get lucky a little bit, right? And then you break through. I mean, at least I've seen that with a lot of the development stuff I've done. It just hasn't been in this space yet, but I'm interested to give it a shot and jump in there too. So,
well, it's either that you pound your head, or then a new model comes out. The thing for me is every day new model comes out. I'm like, all right, well, to try it, all I have to do is plug in the API into whatever it is that I'm doing and test it out. And what I've seen in different AI models, like images have evolved. So now there's a Nano Banana Pro, which is Google's AI model, which finally solved text, right? That, you know, because I would do these things where I'd create images and I'd want to put the AaronDayShow.com watermark on it. And then it would drop one of the A's and it would do all this other stuff. And it was annoying, right? Now, perfect with text. It's actually an amazing model. 72 hours later, Dream 4.5 came out. The models are evolving for video, where now your ability to edit in a face into a video. So now there are workflows where it's like, I take this picture, then I can convert the picture into a video, and then I can edit in a face, and then you're figuring out how to automate that process. So it's a multi-step process. You're pulling different models. Well, literally every week. So today, probably not going to do it tonight. I'm too tired tonight, but Microsoft released a new text-to-speech model that's open source that you can download. So there's this thing called 11 Labs, which is what I would use I've used it for cloning my own voice. I gave it a bunch of hours of my own voice, and it's really good. It's my wife thinks she can detect the difference, but I'm gonna test you on it. I think I'll get you. I'm testing you on the 11 Labs, but it's expensive. Right? You couldn't use it if you were going to try to convert ebooks to it or whatever, it'd be like $20, $30 per ebook or whatever. This Microsoft thing I can run on my NVIDIA computer, and the latency is only 300 milliseconds. So I showed the interactive chat thing on here. That was now a couple of months ago. I should bring back the development since then, because we're now at the point where you can get nearly like real time. We're talking 300 milliseconds is how real time the text to speech is. So you're not waiting for something to generate anymore. And now video is catching up to that, and the integration of that. So again, all of that's happened since I did the podcast on here where I showed people the Christopher Hitchens and all of those other things. That's light years ahead of that. In fact, I'll do an episode on that. Maybe when I have Mike on, I'll show people, bring back that episode and show what that version of it was and show what the episode is now, and then realize, hey, that was 2 months ago. Right. So this is why I'm saying next year, and where I think with this is like, okay, I'm automating all my workflows and everything just because I want to be able to work on building these parallel solutions. But then what's the next iteration of this? Where is this really going? When you can create your own books, you'll be able to create your own books, your own movies, whatever your learning style is. People learn differently. Some are auditory, some are visual, whatever it happens to be. You're going to be able to have custom learning environments based on custom sets of data. Like what that opens up is really phenomenal. Again, provided you're using the technology in that way. If you're expecting, to get information out of ChatGPT or Grok, you understand that somebody else decided what to train their AI model on, and then they decided how they were going to present that information to you. That's not, and these are the same people that censored the internet. These are the same people that were part of the censorship industrial complex during COVID. So I wouldn't be too excited about that being what liberates us. But this other stuff's pretty cool.
Well, how do we move from that, Aaron? Like, so let's say someone has been using, Claude, or they've been using ChatGPT or Anthropic or, whatever. And so now they want to advance, right? They want to go to the next step. Like, what would you say? Like, can you walk through a process of like, how someone would say, okay, I know how to get to that. I know how to plug in questions. I put pretty good prompts in there. I can push it pretty hard. What's the next step for them, do you think?
So it depends on what it is. So this is why, I've got this, I showed this earlier, this above phone. So I actually think this is going to be potentially an important thing for us for next year to onboard people. If you can get a phone that is de-Googled, that has Mike Adams AI on the phone, has a VPN on the phone, has a Zano wallet on the phone, then you have right out of the gates something that can get you into the privacy ecosystem and get you into get you into using AI that's uncensored. Mike's AI is really important because of the data that it's trained on. You can ask it to do things that you can ask it how to, assemble guns. You can ask it how to do a whole bunch of things that you literally just can't get responses from. It is like having a complete library in your pocket. So if you just want to make sure that you have, information at your disposal so that even if the internet is shut off, you're not without information, that would be the next step. I see somebody says, I'm liking Perplexity, GPT-5 and Claude. So I use APIs, but if I'm trying to do research and I need recent data, I use Perplexity and Grok to pull that information, because you need to be able to get new information. The other AIs are actually trained up to a certain point, and after that point that they've been trained, the data is not new. Now, some of these models now can call search, but it depends on which model is what model you're using, which search they're using, and you don't really have a lot of control over that. But I would start with that. I would start with Mike's. Now, again, you mentioned this earlier. This is where I was wrong. I thought Anthropic would struggle based on the fundraising capabilities of Grok and some of the other models. That turns out not to be true. This coding thing that they have is a real business. I pay them a lot of money. I pay Grok quite a bit, I pay Anthropic quite a bit of money. And a lot of people do, and the ROI is 100% worth it. It's not even close. I would even pay more, because if I can 100x my productivity and I don't have to hire a developer, what's that worth? It's actually worth hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. I mean, there's actually that much value out of it. But then I play around with something that I play around with that you might want to consider are two things. One is Venice.ai. Venice was created by a guy that I know in the Liberty community, who was early in Bitcoin actually, and this is it's private, so he doesn't hold any of your information. In fact, it was just released today that I think ChatGPT was required to give up a whole bunch of information on tons of users related to copyright. So they're trying to see about copyright violations. And so OpenAI lost in court, and now they've had to hand over a bunch of, it was de-anonymized information, but nevertheless, understand, Grok has said this too, that, or Musk has said this, but Grok has backed it up if you ask it. Based on the contracts with these big AIs, they can come after and subpoena the information from your search history. So you have to understand that. So if you're looking for sensitive information, so this is Venice.ai, and they have a whole bunch of different models here, and they're constantly integrating an interesting combination of uncensored models. There's always an uncensored model. The base model is uncensored, but then he does bring in other models as well. He brings in the bigger models. But this is a good one if you want to use the bigger models, but you want privacy. You don't want to have your information as part of a subpoena process. So I recommend Venus AI as a great way to explore.
So it's kind of like a VPN in a sense. I mean, it's a buffer.
You could look at it as like a VPN in a way. Another one that I'm playing around with is Okara, Okara. And this is basically also private, excuse me, but they have largely, hold on one second. They have largely open source models, and a lot of the Chinese models, which, by the way, in this whole thing, the irony is that the Chinese models are open source and the US models are not. My theory is that probably by next year, China will overtake AI or overtake the US on AI. Some of these models are are already right at the same level as ChatGPT. In fact, they have this one model, Kimi K2 Thinking. It has like 30 different agents that run at the same time. Some of these things are just incredible in terms of what they can do. And they're a lot cheaper to use. Even if you're using them through an API, they're like 10 to 20% of the cost of the US models. So in short, the answer is whatever I say today, chances are it will change entirely like 90 days from now. So I'm telling you in advance too. I used to do this with crypto. I mean, I wrote my first book. I'm like, here are the cryptos you should buy and here are the exchanges. And I'm like, wow, that book is way out of date. So I had to re-update the book, but then I'm finally like, look, I'm just going to provide a link and then just tell people up front. It would be absurd to put in a printed book, what is going on with this. But I'm showing you this just to say, I apologize. I'm trying to verify this email, that there are so many models out there all of the time. And there's a thing called Hugging Face that you can go to where you can access these models through an API. And so then there are people that will take these models and then they'll train, if the model has kind of what are called open weights, they'll train a model on a different set of data so that it kind of reacts and works in a different way. But if you wanted to get started, Venice.ai is a good one. Mike's BrightU.ai is a good one. It's called, but it's now that. And then Okara, which is a good way for you to get access to the Chinese models. And so here we go. So here it has, these are the big open source models that they have. They have DeepSeek, Kimi K2 Thinking, GLM 4.6, which a lot of people use for coding, Qwen 3 Next Thinking. So a lot of these are, you can break these down by the model type. So there are different models that do different things. Some that are good for thinking, some that are good for visualization, some that are multimodal so that they can deal with text and images and graphics. So there are all these different categories of these things. And so, again, as you start to explore this, you realize, well, I'm going to use this model for this purpose, this model for that purpose. And then one thing that I really like is Higgsfield.ai. So if you're interested in doing images and video, this is the cutting edge for this. They have all of the most up-to-date models the minute they come out. So I don't even have to mess around with a lot of stuff with this. I know that the day a new model comes out, this is where I go to get it. And so this is for, everything from images to doing video to upscaling images. And then they have the different applications that you might want to do with these things. So apps. So if you want to, as you can see here, enhance skin, cut a clip, do various techniques. I mean, this is a great go-to place if you want to get involved with all of those things. And I'll put in the field this. I don't know. In fact, now that I'm asking you guys this, so I've thought about this. It's like, well, maybe I could do like a training thing on this. It moves so fast. This is why often I'm like, all right, well, here's what I'm working on, because if I were to spend time putting together a formal thing on it, it would be out of date. That is truly how fast this is going. But it's also why when I say that next year it's going to be just orders of magnitude different, I'm saying it because just of how quickly it is evolving. And now it's at the point where literally every single day, there's a new model that's state of the art, that's cutting edge. And so this is for if you're looking at audio, this is the most expensive, but it's the best. And this is the thing with a lot of these things. It's like, you're going to, depending upon the application, you're going to want to use whatever the best thing is, but you can use the second best thing or the third best thing for nearly free. So that's essentially what's going on here. But this allows you to use voices. They have, dozens and dozens of voices that you can select, or you can actually clone your own voice, which is what I've done. And you can do this a couple of different ways. When I did that Christopher Hitchens thing, that was based on 10 seconds of audio. or maybe 30 seconds of audio. And that's the quality that it got. This, you have to prove that it's you. If you're going to do the really high end thing, you actually have to sign a thing saying that it's your voice, and you have to actually do a voice print. So if I gave it a couple of hours of my audio content, and then it asked me to speak in, read a few phrases to make sure that my voice matched the voice on the files that I uploaded. But this is today the highest end on that. But there are all kinds of free models for doing, if you're willing to wait for a delay to have the thing converted to voice. There are multiple open source free models for text to voice. So that's kind of the quick overview, but but like I said, every day it's new, and every day new records are being broken. The technology itself is not slowing down at all. So for the people that say, oh, it's the technology is at a dead end, and it's just, it's all about more data centers is the only way that this will work. That's not actually true. In fact, most of these Chinese models are much more efficient. Audio, she said the best one is it's 11 Labs. I'll put it in there. 11 Labs.
What do you think, Aaron, in terms of like if your audience, or if we found 10, 15, 20, 30 people that got interested in this, like you said, they're about to lose their job, they've got a little money saved up, they're going to go down this road, see if they can't get something going, they've got an idea. You think it's worth putting together some sort of a like a community site where one, you're doing the show, but you get something back for it, you know what I mean? Because someone else is like, hey, Aaron, did you try this? Right? Like some kind of a bulletin board, I guess, is maybe a crude way of putting it, where if you found a group of people who were, and they're just putting stuff up there all the time, where it's, and it's again around technocracy, right? It's that kind of a theme, instead of just random, I mean, obviously our goal here is to develop some sort of privacy, commerce. Not everything around AI is going to be focused on that. We're in a little tiny subcategory of that, hoping that it grows, and that this expands out to be, a large percent of the, 10% of the population starts to figure out that privacy is important. Imagine that, right?
Yeah.
But do you ever have any thoughts like that? Some sort of a bulletin board where we can actually, aggregate thoughts and ideas. And that way, if they find something innovative, you're like, oh, thanks. You know what I mean? That was helpful to me.
So I would say that that's probably where what Freedom Forge is going to morph into in some way. In the sense that what I'd like to do is, in the context of being able to create businesses that are privacy alternatives to the technocratic threats, if there would be a way to teach people how to vibe code and teach people how to do what I'm doing, that to me is probably a really good use of time. I would love to duplicate. I would love to see more people doing what I'm doing and figure out a way to show people how to do what I'm doing in a context that actually is meaningful for them, right? So if you could realize, oh, okay, if I learn these tools, then I could create a food marketplace. I could create an energy marketplace. I could do this. I could do this, right? I think that the context should be probably coding for building parallel systems. I don't know how to do that yet. Like I haven't thought that through, but it certainly would be, I think it'd be really high value. And the thing is, one of the things I'm trying to express with this is that it gets to the point where, and this is absolutely true as I go through this, it's I can't hand any of this off. So it's not like it's something I can't hand any of these projects off to someone. Because it's just not the way that it works. It's a fully integrated thing. And once you have your environment set off, it's not like I can say, well, hey, why don't you manage this piece of the code? Because you're automating the processes of even testing the code. Like I'm not down to the point right now where I spent a lot of time this weekend doing boring stuff, which was like, okay, do I have my backups right? Have I done penetration testing? Have I done boring things right? And so I've started to set up a whole list of objects and everything for that, like reproducible code fragments. So like I couldn't hand off one of these sites for someone else to vibe code. That's how efficient it becomes. And that's how, because you realize it's like, okay, it would take me longer to explain to someone how to do this than it would be to automate it. That is actually the true analysis. It's not like, because I've even thought about it. I was trying to work on something at one point with my son, and I'm like, God, it'll take me longer to explain how to do this than to do it. And then when I've explained it to you, that's not actually going to help you manage the thing, because you can't break the thing off into different pieces. And so somehow it's just, there's got to be a way to transfer, maybe setting up the environments. I mean, maybe being able to give people like a kickstart where here's your environment for your website with, I don't know, maybe the database is already set up and some of the things are already pre-configured. And maybe there's some things like that could be done, but I would like to do something like that on the vibe coding front. I know Mike is going to try to put together an event, that I'll be at, maybe Hakeem and some other people, to just showcase different aspects of what's going on. In fact, it came out of when I had him on, because it was like, he was really excited about the podcast that we had, because we both realized that we've been learning a lot of the same things. We've been coming to a lot of the same conclusions. And it's like, okay, it would be nice if other people could learn that. Like, I don't view this as, I want to compartmentalize this knowledge. This is unique knowledge for me. Everybody would benefit from knowing how to do this stuff. And it gets easier. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing right now won't even have to be done by anybody, because it will be just an automated thing that you'll be able to speak into a microphone. You won't even have to type. There's a whole big part of this now, which is getting out of even having to type. There are places in Silicon Valley where people are at their stand-up desks using just their microphone and not even coding by typing. That's the next phase. So it's going to get to the point where you're not going to have to know any coding at all. Now you need to know some coding. You need to be familiar enough with how databases work and how the whole thing works to be able to put the things together. But by next year, that won't even be the case. And Anthropic's been saying that too.
Yeah. So how does that work? So let's say you're speaking in a microphone and again, it's like a command prompt, right? You ask it to do something, piece of code. And then how do you beta test it? Like, how do you test it step by step and say, okay, if you've got a loop, or you've got something else, or you've got some sort of a process in there that you're going through, or, you're ripping through a stream of data looking for something. How do you test it to make sure that it's actually functional and working correctly, so that, does it work that way? Because that's the way it's always worked. Like, I've always said, okay, let's get this piece of code done. Once we get that done, then we can put this and this and this and this and this on it. And then we'll test the whole thing collectively. You know what I mean? And then we'll watch what's going on. And then we can start talking about layering it. Now we can add another layer to it. Once we got that layer, is it like that? Or is it more, are you testing things? How do you know things are working correctly when you get done with it? Do you just
you run a series of tests to do auditing? You can bring in another AI that has the process that you would go through for doing a code audit, and have it actually go through and review your code and tell you about the code gaps. Because it's just code and it's just syntax, right? So now you can't fully rely on that. At the end of the day, you have to actually, Beth says test scripts. Yeah, you test scripts. Now I'm playing around with simulated users. So it's like, here are simulated user profiles, and the Claude Code thing that I'm using right now can actually access a web browser. So you can have it access a web browser and go through the site and do end-to-end user testing. So, but that's not, that stuff is not 100% yet. It will get to the point where it is. This is why I have a $1,000 freedom dollar bounty on osana.com, because I've tested it myself. My wife's tested it. And I've gone through and done some of these automated tests. Not all. I'm going to do more, but it's still, you still have actual real end users. So then you do that layer where you actually get end users. Says, I would like to learn rather than understand vibe. The thing is, the learning of it is, I guess I say this as somebody that does no coding. It's just that it's not particularly relevant to know, because the programming languages itself change. Programming languages are just an abstraction to figure out ultimately how to get you to flip ones and zeros. So all the languages are about syntax. So you're not really smart or don't have a real foundational understanding, because you know how if-then statements work in a particular syntax in a language that then is translating that to ones and zeros. It won't help you that much. It won't help you be that much more productive. I mean, I say that knowing that stuff, but I mean, one of the things that bothers me about coding is like you can spend a lot of time coding and it's like you put the semicolon in the wrong place. Like it's actually not a great use of human intellect to know when to use a double equal sign versus a semicolon and an equal sign, right? I mean, there's a lot of time wasted on coding and debugging, which is why those jobs are probably going to go first. But then you're seeing, again, you're going to see new programming languages that are developed. And then you can get to the point where you're just like, hey, I'm going to take the AI and have it go in and refactor your entire code base. That's where this is going. So, but the other part to this is you've got to set up your environment, right? So I use GitHub and there's version control, right? There's versioning and back. If you don't have the right version control and the right backup, then it could be catastrophic. But I'm at the point right now, there's nothing catastrophic that can happen because it's like, even if you screw up, you can just roll it back, a version. So I haven't had any big catastrophic errors and there really couldn't be any major catastrophic errors. But this is the kind of thing that I'm building. I'm building now that I'm getting further along and I have this many sites and this many projects. I'm bringing in all of these best practices, and all of those best practices are getting better. Claude uses something called skills, which are reproducible processes and ways to go about doing things. Because if you're going to use your database, then you're going to use it in a certain way, right? You're doing the same thing over and over again. So you just put at, and you refer to the skill when you're asking it a question, and it's using the same methodology over and over again. And then you realize, okay, well, I can then take that skill and apply it across multiple sites if they're using the same infrastructure, which is why I have one project now that's managing multiple projects so that I can keep the skills up to date and always cutting edge and then apply it to all of the projects. So again, the stuff that I'm doing now, everybody's not going to have to do in 6 months. The stuff that I've just spent the last 6 months doing will be irrelevant. All you'll have to do is speak into the thing, create a site that does this. You won't have to know how any of it works, because that's how much more efficient this is becoming, because the AI can call external tools and it can call external libraries of these skills files, and it can access the web browser, right? So at some point, that's how fast this is going. This is why I'm saying in the last 90 days, I'm like, wow, okay. Some of the stuff that I was stuck on went away when the new model of Claude came out, right? I mean, I could have sat there and I could have spent 80 hours debugging it myself, or I could wait less than that amount of time for a new model to come out. That's really how fast this is going. And I don't see any end in sight for this either, right? This is really phenomenal how this is going. And this is why Anthropic is interesting, because what was it they said? They had a model that coded continuously for 11 days with no human intervention.
Wow.
I mean, that's incredible. And the funny thing is,
how many lines of code is that? Just imagine.
I mean, it's a lot. And by the way, I haven't even looked at my GitHub. I can't even imagine how many lines of code that I have right now. Like I should look at GitHub and see what the total amount is. But the funny thing is, you'll do a plan. So the way I approach it is to do planning first, right? Let's plan out this, not the whole site, but maybe this piece of the site or whatever, and go through and map out steps. So you use the thing. It's like, oh, I want to build a site that does A, B, and C. And then it'll tell me, okay, well, here are the 8 different phases, and it's going to take 6 to 8 weeks. I'm like, okay, good. Let's have it done in 30 minutes. I'm not even kidding. Because it's laying out the amount of coding that's involved, all the things that have to be put together, all the things that have to be hooked in and tested. And so for me, actually, to your earlier point, I'll go through, and if a process has 8 stages, I'll go through stage 1, and then I'll have it do end-to-end testing on its own, and then I'll test it, and then make sure that it fully functions. Then we'll go to phase 2, then end-to-end test. But I mean, literally, I worked on something yesterday that had 8 phases that it said would take 6 to 8 weeks, and it's already done. The amazing thing is, I don't even remember what it is. I can't even remember which thing I built that was. Maybe it was the system for processing all of the data into the database or whatever. I don't know. I worked on like 3 things yesterday. I was telling you this the other day. Like, this is part of the challenge with this is keeping track of what you're even doing. But it's not even worthwhile to do a project management system. You want to then get to the point where right now I'm building interfaces and dashboards to automatically keep track of all of the projects that I'm working on. Like it blows away all workflow and all normal processes that people might have. There's no Gantt chart. There's no project management. There's not even a task list. It's crazy once you get into it how fast it is. I know this probably sounds ridiculous, but I do want to, at some point, again, I may do another episode even before Mike comes on, where I just show everybody now what I've built and all, because a lot of these things have been internal tools, but like the music videos that I show now, I mean, it takes a long time to put those things together, and it took me a long time to build the system to do that, and it's always I'm always iterating. I'm putting in new models and everything else, and even new algorithms. But you just sit back and think about it. It's like, well, what would the process be if somebody's actually making a movie? What are the processes that they go through? Who do they have doing photography? Who do they have doing this kind of editing? What is that normal process like? Well, how do I simulate that entire process? Then you simulate that process as a script. You do it in different pieces. You go through a lot of trial and error, but at some point, once you get the algorithm right, it may take the computer 2 hours to do it, but you're off doing something else, and it's done something that would have taken human beings months to do, and would have cost unlimited. And it's stuff I could have never done. Right? I mean, obviously, the music I couldn't do at all. There's like no aspect to which I could. How much time would it take me to learn the instruments? I'm not capable of singing that way, no matter how much time I spent on it. There's a way to do it. I think freedom from my time perspective, I agree with what Hakeem said. I'm going to update the Technocracy Atlas, by the way, on this as well. Let me put this back up here. The Technocracy Atlas. I'm going to refine this a bit, but I think people need to understand this threat level part of the site. Again, I've broken it down into US metrics and global metrics, but 60% of Americans already have real ID, and that's digital in 12 states. I think from a digital currency perspective, between the Genius Act and Clarity Act, I'd give us an 85 on that. AI surveillance, Palantir, OpenAI, NSA. It's already at these incredible levels. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put together a map, both of the United States and the globe, that shows which states have real ID and everything else. But what Hakeem said in his digital ID report is accurate, which is accurate with what's going on in the United States. This isn't about 2030. This is about 2027. According to the plan is for real ID to be digital in all 50 states by 2027. The 17 countries that just signed the same law, basically using the same 4 vendors, cover 3.5 billion people for digital ID by 2027. Mexico goes live with their digital ID next year. So when we look at this, our timing for parallels, because I'll talk to some people like, well, yeah, we're seeing some adoption with this privacy coin stuff and everything else. You have to measure your adoption against technocracy, not against yourself. You may have 50% growth year over year, but if the technocrats have captured 6 billion people, you haven't done a very good job. So we effectively have next year to get a sufficient enough number of people using these systems and beginning to build these parallel systems, right? I mean, I can build the healthcare thing. Maybe I can build another marketplace, but that's not enough. We need hundreds of people building these alternative solutions, and it's not that hard. I mean, I say that. I mean, it's not simple, but if somebody's passionate about something and you're willing to learn, the thing about that we talked about with these AIs is just be curious. The thing that's great about the AI is that you ask it questions. If you have the right AI and it's pulling from the right data set, then all you have to do is be curious and continue to be curious and continue to ask questions, and don't get bogged down in your own ego and what you think you know. Just accept that we really don't know. None of us know much about anything. And as long as you approach it with humility and you're determined to find the answer, you're like, hey, I would like to solve this problem. I would like to create a business to do this. Then just keep asking questions. Well, all that's required is your attention and your determination to solve the problem. If you're able to apply your curiosity, you don't have to be a brilliant programmer to be able to ask questions. knowing how to continue to ask questions and just not stop until you understand at a fundamental level how something works. Anybody can do that. It's just maybe it's a matter of what your foundational knowledge. You may not know much at all, but if you keep asking questions, Sylvia says, I don't know anything. That doesn't matter. You can start there. You can know. In some cases, that's better. Not knowing anything is better than thinking you know a lot. The people that think they know a lot are really problematic. So anyway, but I take your point. I do want to figure out a way to make this practical. I am excited about it, and I wish as long as but you've got to start, and you've just got to keep being curious and just keep trying. And if you're, I mean, of course, I'm kind of, my wife might say stubborn, but the stubbornness can be helpful if you're willing to kind of just, kind of keep at it, because then eventually the determination and curiosity, you'll accomplish what you want to accomplish. But it's the same with crypto. I would do these talks and people would read my book, and I'm like, look, just download a wallet, right? If you don't take that first step, it doesn't matter how many books you read. It doesn't matter how many podcasts you listen to, how many videos you listen to. If you don't actually take the action, take one step, just even if it's a small step. Once you've taken that small step, you'll be like, oh, that really wasn't that big a deal. And then you'll take the next step. Oh, that really wasn't that big a deal. And then you find out after you're 5 steps in, it's like, oh, I can do 10 million things with what I know. Right. But the first step is always the hardest.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and that's a big thing. I think it's just like when kids start to walk, right? You just want to encourage them. And then once they're starting to walk, all you get to do is pick up the band, put Band-Aids on things after a while, right? Help them put a Band-Aid on something, and then just hopefully just keep going.
Well, you and I talked about this the other day, and I want to incorporate this into I don't know if it's the America 1.0 is over one or not, but it's the idea that our curiosity gets crushed out of us, and it gets crushed out of us by design. It's like we were talking about when Rockefeller got involved with education. He agreed to fund public school teacher pensions because there were no pensions at the time. But in exchange, he wanted to basically determine the curriculum, and what he wanted was worker bees. And so he set up a structure where now there's a bell system. Now kids are going to school for 8 hours a day. Why? Because he wanted daycare for
the parents,
for the parents, and so that he could have men and women working in his factories or whatever his locations happen to be. But he didn't want the education training people to be competitors. He wanted the educational system training people to be worker bees. This is essentially the origin story of the scale up of public education. Well, unfortunately,
there went the curiosity. Right there went the curiosity. That was the point where the curiosity was lost right there.
Yeah, we're told not to have curiosity. We're told not to question our existence, what everything is all about. We're then put into these tracks where somehow all of a sudden we've bought a narrative that the whole point is to go to college, get married, have a job that you work at for 30 years, retire when you're 65, and have your golden years and your Social Security. We've been taught that is all that life is. And we've fundamentally stopped asking any questions about the nature of reality. And so now this puts us into a position when anything does come up, we're not able to even react to it because we've been pushed into these lanes. If we reclaim that curiosity, life is a lot more enjoyable, by the way, because the truth is there isn't any certainty to anything. We don't really know anything about anything. And if you embrace that certainty, then you're always in a state of kind of wonderment. Whereas if you've bought into some propaganda about how things are supposed to be, you're only experiencing a real narrow slice of life that's been determined by people that actually want to control you, that don't want you to have curiosity. So I don't know how to teach that, but to take the approach of, like, I'm like, hey, if you don't like your job and you're sitting there, you're afraid that AI is going to take it over. It probably is going to take it over. You can either sit around and be fearful about it, scream about it, or claim that AI is going to be bad, or you can be like, you know what? I don't want to do this. What do I actually want to do? Oh, I don't know what I want to do. Okay, go on a journey to figure that out. Because you're going to do that now, as opposed to get into a situation where the economy collapses, they take away all of your investment vehicles, and you're worried about how you're going to feed yourself, and then you're going to take UBI by default.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, and that's the thing, it's always the carrot and the stick. Ideally, it's get both, right? The carrot, which is the curiosity, and the stick. Never hurts to have the stick. The concern, right, that this technocracy is coming, and we know. Look, we've seen these things. Back to 2001. Back to the Nasdaq bubble. Back to 9/11. Back to 2008. What we're talking about tonight. The great financial crisis, the real estate bubble. The scam. COVID, right? We've watched these things. There's going to be another one coming. We know it's coming. Is it going to be, this blow up in the debt system? Is it going to be sovereign debt crisis? Is it going to be, all I can say, Aaron, is that you see things breaking down. The correlations between markets aren't what they used to be. And the markets are looking, right? They're searching for what's going to come out of all this. And I think that goes into the whole chaos component to it. I think we're going to see some chaos in the next couple of years, and it's going to be interesting to see what these markets do. And look, I mean, I did a little bit of work getting ready for the show, and you look back at all these different events. 1933, they shut the markets down. They call it a holiday, right? you can go through Bretton Woods. You can go through, when Nixon cut off the gold because people didn't want the dollars, they wanted the gold. You can go through each one of these things, and it's that it's coming, right? We know that it's coming. This is not, it's not even in question. We know that this is coming. It's just a matter of when and what are the signs to try to read for this. And so again, back to the curiosity. If you can get curious and ahead of time and find a pathway, and also understand that there's concern coming because they would love to steal everything just like Rockefeller did. It's no different. They will take it all. They'll take all of your curiosity, everything, take all your retirement, take everything you've got, take your health care, take it all. So, I think those are the two motivators, and it's better to choose curiosity, I think, than the other one, right? Because that's more fun for the soul and the spirit.
Yeah, but I think not only it's coming, but to me, it's planned. And I think, Howard Lutnick and others they're going to bring it forward in a way that they've positioned themselves to control the outcome. So this is why I've always made this about tokenization, but it's even worse than what I thought, right? In terms of, remember I was talking about earlier, like I was going to try to warn people that Tether could be a Ponzi scheme. And now it's like, now I'm more worried that Tether is going to become the global reserve currency, or at least going to become what is the primary thing for that represents the dollar, which could end up even being backed by Bitcoin. And so that's so look at the moves that they're making. They never let a crisis go to waste, but then they also like to cleverly time or make these things happen. And bankers can do that, right? You can manipulate interest rates and it's not hard to cause a collapse when you have a system that's already over leveraged. In fact, it's amazing. I've said this several times. I believe it. The only reason we haven't had a collapse is because people don't understand how the economy works. And people are not taking their money out of banks. They're not taking their money out of stocks because they literally don't even understand how it works. And their financial advisors telling them, well, since World War II, stocks have always gone up this much. And they're getting the story. So nobody's paying attention because they're too busy trying to figure out how to pay their health insurance premiums. And so that's why. So it's not individual people making up the market. It's these, thanks to government financial instruments, these financial vehicles through companies like BlackRock that are allocating everybody's money. It's not like it's people based on their individual perception of what's going on in the market. It's being controlled by large financial institutions. That's what props this up. And then the sad thing is when the collapse happens, I spent so much time during the 2008 collapse because I was in the middle of it. I said before, like I went to my board in January of 2008. I said, we have to sell the company because by the end of the year, we're going to have a financial collapse and we risk Obamacare destroying our business. I didn't know it was Obamacare at the time, but certainly it was the prospect of more nationalization of healthcare. And so we actually we missed the timing by like 30 days. We actually had an LOI in the company one of the companies, they weren't going to acquire us outright, but they're going to make a significant strategic investment. Turns out it's a company that's been around for 4 generations. Their 2 largest customers were AIG and GM. So how about that in September of 2008? But I spent so much time, like I think I told you, I put together the first version of Daylight and I had a prediction market and we would like analyze the bailout bills and everything else. And it was a whole whole thing. So I track that. And then you watch the Big Short or Too Big to Fail or Margin Call and all these other things. And it's so, what's infuriating about it is it'll happen again. And by the way, you'll know that we're like beyond a crisis when the chair of the Federal Reserve is on 60 Minutes. That's like the point. Ben Bernanke used to drive me nuts because it's like this, oh, well, if we bring in this economist guy and he talks in a calm voice, then that means that, you know, somehow we didn't have a bunch of degenerate gamblers on leverage destroying the entire economy and they're not about to get bailed out, right? I mean, it's like, but it's right out of central casting, right? I mean, this is how they, and they'll do it again because people will be fearful. And so they'll sit around and like not realize that it's absolute theft what's going on. It's criminal what's going on with these bailouts. And it's going to be Howard Lutnick and Scott Pezent and the Trump family and others that are profiting off of it. It's so structurally set up that it's a foregone conclusion. I don't know what's going to cause the collapse, but we know what the solution is going to be.
Yeah. Well, you know, we saw it with Bernanke, right? I mean, he's on record saying, oh, yeah, we'll just throw money from helicopters. Remember that whole thing? And so, again, that's what we're looking for, those cues, you know, because then we'll know when this thing's coming. And, you know, I'm already, one of the things that I saw the other day, Aaron, that's concerning is, you know, they're pushing this Hassett guy who's, I mean, you know, he's probably a nice guy, but he's not that dynamic. You know, he's sort of a yes man. They're going to push him in as a head of the Fed. It looks like every indication is that. And his old spot, National Economic Council, NEC, Bessent's going to take that over too. He's going to run Treasury and he's going to run the National Economic Council. So that tells you right there, internally, there's no check and balance. You know, it's just, right? There's no check. There's no one pushing back at all. No other economic council. You're supposed to be counsel. That's supposed to be, you're supposed to challenge what's going on, you know, challenge the Treasury, challenge what's going on in the administration, challenge the thought process. There is none of that. So that's a red flag to me when he's going to handle Treasury and National Economic Council advisor.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's bad news. Well, Sylvia says, I'd like to figure out Zano and Freedom Dollar. So this is one of the things that's on my list to get to in a couple of weeks, which is, so we have the Freedom Dollar guides and everything else into these videos, but I want to see if I can create a system, and I would love feedback on the format, but maybe create online courses that go through in detail, but I'd be interested in how people would like to learn the information. I mean, one, there's like a walkthrough, there's a detailed walkthrough. And so the issue with this, and this was the issue that I had doing workshops, is that somebody changes the wallet or somebody changes the way something works, then this becomes problematic because now the content is out of date. And if people are really new to it, even though the change might be a UI change, if you see something that's got a different brand or whatever, you might not think that it's the same thing. And this is definitely true for people that are brand new. So what I'm trying to figure out if I can do is do online courses, but that are in really short segments where I can just swap out essentially the screenshots as needed to stay on top of this. And then, yeah, she said a written guide. I was thinking a written guide as well, a PDF that could be printed out, because I know people have different ways of doing this. So I'm going to invest some time, because now I have these tools. I can automate music videos and all this other stuff. I'm thinking that the next type of content is, I don't know, I don't want to pigeonhole it by calling this, but it's like an online course for this stuff. And that where the online course has multiple different formats for people to get the information, and then really go hard at that for signups for Zano, for Freedom Dollar, and Confidential Layer. And by the way, it may be the next episode, definitely over the next few weeks. I may do an intro on what Confidential Layer is, and then do a kind of a mini online workshop on Confidential Layer, because that's why I showed the video at the beginning. That's a big deal. For being able to make Bitcoin and other things private, but there are a lot of other things that can be done with it. And I want to explain those things, but I'd love to figure out even how to get feedback on, for those of you that are trying to use this and, you know, maybe the online guides or the short videos aren't enough. What would you like to see? What is the ideal way you would like to walk through this? And again, so I've done the workshops. The problem that I have with workshops is, so if we're looking at, I truly believe 2006, we have to have not only a lot of people on board, we have to have people building all kinds of different parallel businesses and solutions. It can't just be me or a couple of other people. We need to get a whole bunch of people doing this. This is going to require teaching people how to do it, not only what can be done and making people aware that these are even possible, but then also showing them how to do it. So I have to figure out how to be efficient, really efficient with time. And the workshops are like, they're really time intensive, right? I mean, we've got to travel somewhere, and then there's like a whole setup. I've got to bring the whole AV thing. And then you have to worry about, is the internet connection going to be solid enough for people that are in the room to be able to do it? And then you have people with different. So, I mean, you know, I may be able to get 100 or 200 people at a time, but honestly, when we were doing that, there's so much in the coordinating, getting people there, getting a venue and everything that like, I can't do many of those or possibly any of those. I've got to try to figure out, is there a way to use these online tools? And maybe, you know, it's use the online tools and then have a, you know, weekly or bi-weekly Q&A. So people can go through and use the online course or the written materials, but then if they still have questions, then there's a way to have a lot of people come on and ask questions. Now, related to that, there's also having an AI for that, where you build up enough questions and answers where you're going to be able to go into the chatbot and say, how do I do this? And then it pulls up a video or an image and a text description of how to do it. That's another solution. But for those that are listening to this that have wanted to get involved or maybe have been stuck a little bit, you know, I mean, the issue for me as well, if we don't have really simple ways of doing this, when people ask me things one-off, like I don't have time to do the one-off explanations either. Like because at this point we've got to get a lot of people on board. So anyway, open to ideas, but what I'm thinking about is like an online course where it's broken up into really small segments so that I can swap out the segments very quickly as there are new updates, followed by written materials, followed by a chatbot. But if I'm open to any and all other suggestions, and then maybe with a, you know, periodic online chat. I mean, the other problem with this is that, you know, I've even thought about this from the standpoint of training other people to do this, but then it's when you're dealing with people and wallets, that can be somewhat of a security risk. Like I wouldn't know how to trust. There aren't many people I would trust helping people with a wallet, and that doesn't scale very quickly, right? Like on the issue of trust. So anyway, that's what I'm thinking. But PragerU has great 5-minute classes. Well, so if you go to freedomforge.io, I actually have, you can go through like a multi-step process where it's like download a wallet. And then there are videos that 2 to 3 to 4 minute videos that show you how to download a wallet. It's not the best layout. I can improve the layout for that, but I feel like people might need something more. And so I'm trying to figure out what the right combination of, okay, here are online tools, but if you get stuck, there's a chatbot. And then if you still get stuck, you know, once every so often, there's a live time where we can do Q&A, so something like that. Cause I just want to figure out how to get as many people as possible, and doing, even if I did 20 workshops, you know, with 100 people each, that's just not going to move the needle. 2,000 people in a year, that doesn't solve the technocracy problem. So we're at the point where we really have to figure out how to scale.
Like 200,000 a year.
Yeah, we need 200,000 a year, and then on top of that, ideally, you know, if there's the intro version of this is online, and where maybe if we're doing in-person events, I was thinking if we were going to do workshops, it would be to get like maybe vibe coding workshops together with people that have decided that already have a wallet and now they want to build something. So it's like connect people that want to, you know, and have it be a weekend long event where you connect people together and they can maybe partner together and form businesses and people can code together, that kind of thing. But in order to even get to that point, you have to have enough people that have gone through the intro stuff. And so that is on the list to tackle next in terms of even types of content, because it is a problem. And crypto's done a bad job of that. A lot of crypto is just assuming that you're already in crypto. And that doesn't move the needle. The people that are already in crypto are probably stuck and wedded to waiting for the number to go up, right? I mean, those people are not as interested in building. I think the real future for this are people that appreciate privacy, appreciate the importance of free will, and want to build something but don't have the technical necessarily the technical knowledge. I think that that's probably where the real growth area is, not trying to convince other people that are already in crypto. I've been to enough crypto conferences that I can tell you for sure that that's not where it's at. That's almost like arguing with people over religion and trying to get somebody to convert religion. That's the amount of energy required to do that is
it's a hard pull.
It's insurmountable. You know,
that's a hard pull. Yeah. Well, so on that front, Aaron, you know, I've had a couple questions like when you do the ZBET card, it asks for your name, address, and phone number. So how does that remain private?
Well, you technically don't have to enter your.
So you can skip all that stuff, right?
Well, no, it's not skip it. You know, again, I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm saying that you could put in an email address. You need an email address that can be confirmed, and you need a valid address, but that doesn't have to be yours. They don't actually check it, right? So again,
you have to be able to access that email address because things get sent.
You have to be able to access the email address, and you have to remember what the address was, so that when you, if you're doing online purchases, you know the zip code, right? When you're doing kind of the billing thing. And again, this is kind of an interim solution. I don't know how long things like ZBEC are going to be around. Right now, it's simplified my life tremendously, but I've also had 4 other crypto debit cards that ended up not lasting the distance. So, but for right now, that's the best way. But again, I wouldn't even advise doing anything illegal. And at this point in time, see, this is the whole point about this. This is where privacy coins get a bad rap. People are like, well, you must be doing it for illegal reasons. It's like, or you must be doing bad things. It's like, no, I'm doing this now because I know they're going to make things like buying meat and being able to track. I know what's coming. Everything that I do with the stuff that I do is all perfectly legal. It's just normal stuff, right? I mean, I talk about buying plane tickets, buying hotels, going here, going that. It's not like this is stuff that I can't currently do within the existing system, but it's getting off of the system in anticipation of what is clearly coming, right? I can't. I thought about this. I mentioned before, I don't know how to set up a simulation yet. But I want to spend some time doing this because we like to hypothesize on this, but why don't we run some simulations and see what's going to happen under a whole variety of different circumstances, and then just see what the output is. Here are 5,000 scenarios. Here are probabilities of this, probabilities of this, because whatever it is we think might happen isn't going to be what happens. It's like you said, I have no idea what's going to happen, what's going to cause the collapse. Me even guessing, like, I don't think I would be right. I think I would be, I believe with, not 100%, but with almost 100% certainty that something is going to happen that's going to trigger this technocratic thing, but I don't know when exactly. And I don't know what.
But if we don't know, if we haven't experimented in the space and learned about it, then you can't even have contingency plans when you were close to what you thought would happen. It's not exactly what you thought would happen, but you can adjust on the fly. If you have a background in this and oh, I'll just do this, right? You solve a problem. You're like, okay, how do I get from here to there? I know how to function in this space. This is what happened. I know what to do, but if you never experiment in that space, you have no contingency plan, right? And contingency plans are not bad things because you can kind of, you can wing it at that point. There's a certain amount of a gap. You can't wing it, right? You can't get through things.
No. And it's also good to simulate with, if we're trying to build these parallel systems, what is their likely attack going to be the other way around? I mean, somebody said when you say build something, build what? Online stuff, websites? I'm saying build a complete parallel economy that's outside of the existing system, starting with not using fiat currency and not using the dollar and using a privacy coin or a privacy stable coin. But then beyond that, build everything else. So osara.com, which we launched, is in beta, is in medical tourism marketplace. So, cancel your insurance to get a medical trust. And if you need to get a medical procedure, go overseas and use a privacy coin to do it. I'm saying that the way forward, you're not going to fix things politically. The only thing that, and I don't think being in fear works. And I also think, Rachel says, I want off the system without moving to a cabin in the woods. you can't move to a cabin in the woods. Once you understand technocracy, it's incompatible with other systems. You can't hide from it. We need to out innovate. We need to create a solution that's private, but that's it doesn't have to be worse. It doesn't have to be survival. I think most of the time, the way people look at it is it's like, okay, well, I better can a whole bunch of, fruits and vegetables and do all this other stuff. No, why don't we build something better? Instead of being passive, waiting for them to do something, why don't we proactively build something better? I don't see any point in spending time out of fear. The funniest thing was, it wasn't funny, but all of there was a huge prepper community in Asheville, North Carolina, right? All of these people are like, oh, well, I made my decision where I'm going to hide out and this is where we're going to be and we're going to hunker down in Asheville. And then it got wiped out by a storm, right? The ability to, and I've seen a lot of people do that. They're like, well, I'm going to protect the thing that I have, but they're not thinking about the context of what might happen. You're trying to preserve something in a system that's already decaying. You just may not have recognized it yet. So the way out is to build. I think, and not be fearful and play defense. And so life doesn't have to be, we don't have to go back to Little House on the Prairie. This is another narrative that goes along with a lot of the people that think AI is a vaporware, right? Is that, well, yeah, we're all going to get together in our local community and we're going to beat it that way. It's like that's not compatible with drones and the Trump's American database and RFK wearables. That doesn't work with that at all. So at some point we're going to have to build our way out. That's why I said with the OSAR thing, it's like the medical tourism marketplace, then tools that empower you to use your own health information to make decisions for yourself based on AI that's based on actual health information and not tied to the medical system, and then empowering people to communicate with each other and share their experiences. That's a complete alternative healthcare system. 100% alternative healthcare system. No insurance, no doctors, no mandates, no government. That's an example of a solution, and that's just one area. You could do the same thing with food. You could have a food marketplace where people are using privacy coins, alternative currency, and working with, I say local farmers, but it doesn't have to be just local farmers. I mean, we get stuff from Polyface Farms, which is in Virginia. This stuff there's also this belief that everything has to be local. There's no reason that we can't engage in voluntary trade outside of the system. It does not have to be confined to your local area, because, by the way, if it is confined to your local area, most people are in trouble. There's nothing you can do if you're in New York or Chicago or LA. But honestly, even I know people that are political activists that, it's so hard to take over even a local political situation with teachers unions and everything else. And so if you're counting on local, that's actually a point of failure. I think that there's a distributed network of solutions here where you can create marketplaces where people can engage in trade just completely outside of the system. So the opportunities are unlimited with this. I mean, again, we've talked about this before. I don't necessarily want to get to it in 2026 because I think we have to tackle health and food and money first at a core level. But the ability to tokenize equities and create a financial system that's not tied to Wall Street, government, the SEC, and everything else, that allows small businesses to raise capital and to do crowdfunding and everything else. All of that's open. I'll tell you, it's amazing once you don't have to think about the SEC and once you don't have to think about regulation. Do you know how much? I mean, you do know how much creativity they've destroyed in terms of different innovative financing models. I mean, we've gotten to the point where we're just like stuck thinking that 30-year mortgage, like, why does a 30-year mortgage even make sense? And why does the government determine that? It's actually asinine when you think about it. There are all kinds of different financial structures that you could come up with and different ways things could be financed, but they're not allowed by law because it would impinge control by the government and it would impinge on the monopoly control that the bankers had. It has nothing to do with helping people or preventing people from being ripped off. And so much can get open with that. I'll give one other example of how so if I do the America 1.0 is over thing, that's one thing, but there's I want to get people to think outside of the box. This whole, again, I think everybody has natural curiosity that's been drained out of them, but everybody has natural curiosity. I think people have capacity. I think when people follow what they're actually passionate about and what their kind of purpose is in life, people are capable of doing amazing things. But in order to get there, people have to be aware of exactly how brainwashed we are here. And I talk about it all the time in different areas, but it's just like, we're not the freest country in the world. When you look at all of the metrics, we're not the most innovative country. We're not a lot of these things. We have a view of ourselves that's from like 1955 as a country. We haven't caught up with the reality of what's happened. And until you accept what's happened, you can't move forward. So a lot of people want to hold on to it and they get offended. Well, why don't you move to Somalia or whatever? And like, that's not the point. The point is we've got a really significant problem here. You know, we're the land of the free with a 75,000 page, 16 million word tax code. You know, we have more security cameras per capita in the United States than they have in China. We're ranked 38th in healthcare. Like you just, and so part of it is like the sobering of this is what's actually going on. But the more important part is we don't have to put up with any of it. We don't have to comply with any of it. Again, this is why the OSR thing is, I want to launch a big campaign. It's like, yeah, open enrollment next year. I would love to see 1 million people cancel their insurance and have a medical trust in place to make sure they're not going to get bankrupted by the hospital and by the bank if they do have a catastrophic situation. And I'm going to put together a bunch of tools to explain how absurd it is. And so a lot of this information is already on OSARA, but you know, the hospital doesn't tell you how much things cost. They charge you $57 for a 10-cent aspirin. And there's nothing you can do about it. They're not even, they won't even tell you how much the stuff costs in advance. So you have an emergency, you go in and all of a sudden you get billed $30,000 because you've skinned your knee, but you went into the emergency room. You have no ability to challenge that. And you find out it's a scam because what they're charging has nothing to do with what it costs. And then they hide telling you what the information is. We should not be putting up with this. We should not be tolerating this. People should not lose their homes and go into bankruptcy because of this system. And we tolerate it because we think that we have to put up with this. We don't have to put up with it all. And by the way, if 1 million people canceled insurance, the system's over. Literally, it's over. I mean, it's already... The funny thing is, and so much of this is, you know, for me trying to figure out ways to communicate this, but when the charge master list, it's the charge master list, the hospital, it's the hospital pricing list. 95% of hospitals don't disclose what it is. But I've done some of these analysis and it's like, you know, if all of a sudden 25% of people actually fasted for a week and got rid of their type 2 diabetes, it would bankrupt the hospital system based on the fixed cost, the facilities, the training and everything that they have in it. The system will die financially if people improve their health. And they know that this is the case. They don't want people to get healthier. They can't afford for people to get healthier. Then it'll become a national defense issue. Hospitals need a certain capacity rate. And then because of the hospital capacity rate, they don't allow competition. So the reason you can't have innovative medical clinics and practices and everything else is that they have certificate of need laws on a state-by-state basis. And you have to prove to the existing hospitals that if you put up a facility, that it won't cause them economic damage that harms their business. There's no competition in the system. It's baked into the laws. It has nothing to do with anything. The system is intended to fail. But here's the thing. Why would we put up with that? There's under any kind of form of natural law, if you believe in the Constitution, any of the fact, can you imagine? This is a fun one to go through. Ask various AIs what the founders would say and describe X, Y, and Z situation. Here's how the healthcare system works. Explain that, you know, Congress fought giving up the Epstein list. The founders would not be putting up with this. So the people are like, that are holding on to it, attached, thinking that somehow these systems that we have are fundamentally American. They're fundamentally anti-American. But we have free will and we have the ability to not do these things. So this is why I don't have a personal bank account. This is why I don't use the dollar. You know how many people would have to stop using the... If you know, not many people took their money out of the bank, it would collapse the financial system. This is where we actually have leverage, is by voting with our attention and our energy and putting it in alternative systems. But the minute we say, well, the only way we can fix healthcare is if we elect the Republicans so that we can have insurance over state lines, we're actually put into a situation where the two solutions that are offered have a 0% chance of winning. But in either case, all they do is enrich the donors of the politicians. It has nothing to do with us. There's a 0% probability of success. No one is proposing anything that could possibly fix healthcare. And now we're at the point where we've accepted things that should never have been accepted. And so people will say something like, well, I think it's great that, we're not allowing sugary drinks to be bought with food stamps, which basically means we're okay with programmable digital money because, well, we're paying for it anyway, so we might as well be efficient about it. Well, that's the same logic that's going to be used to say that you can't eat red meat. That's the same logic that's going to be used for all of this stuff. And so, but no one's willing to accept well, should we even have Medicaid? Is it possible to have these Ponzi entitlements? These entitlements weren't designed. Actually, whatever. You go through I tried to find the video clip at one point. There was an audio clip of Ted Kennedy talking to LBJ, I believe it was, lying about how much Medicaid was going to cost because they wanted to make sure that the costs were projected to be under, believe it or not, $1 billion at that time, because they thought if the public thought that program might cost $1 billion in a single year, that they wouldn't be able to pass it. But they were talking about the fact that they knew it was a lie. And so then we put up with this, and then nobody ever goes back and then people start saying things like, well, it's a third rail. Well, I've got news for you. The Ponzi is going to collapse. And when the Ponzi collapses, now what you're going to get is technocracy, UBI, and the rationing of healthcare. And by the way, the rationing of healthcare is exactly how they're going to solve Medicare and Medicaid. It's taking AI, the systems that people are being sued for, United Healthcare and Cigna, and applying that to Medicare and Medicaid. It's rationing. But we're never going to deal with the root issue. And then historically, this is what happens. And then things collapse. There's never a situation where I've found where a nation or an empire or political entity gets to this size and corrects itself. There's no turnaround story. It's collapse, just like it's collapsed with fiat currencies. This isn't going to be any different either. But the thing is, there's no reason that we should put up with our own enslavement. Somebody says to me, oh, medical freedom. Okay, I don't need Kennedy. I don't need RFK Jr. to give me medical freedom. I can get medical freedom by opting out of the system. He doesn't offer anything for medical freedom. No politician is going to offer you a solution. So all it takes is for a very small percentage of us to opt out, and they're in a real bind. So we'll build the future system, or systems, plural, in an actual market setting without their permission. Because they're not watching out for us. They're not behaving constitutionally. They're not behaving morally. They're not behaving under any form of natural law or moral law. What they're doing is immoral. And there's no reason for us to put up with it. It's just a question of educating people on that, because then people think their only decisions are which public school to go to, which HMO am I going to use? Am I going to use this HSA? There are always other choices. They want us to always believe there are only two choices for everything. And the thing is, you go back to what we talked about earlier, curiosity, there are infinite choices. We don't know anything, but I will tell you that the choices that are the fake choices that we're presented with are certainly not all there is. And usually those choices are detrimental to us. So we can win this, but it's hard because people are busy. People are increasingly busy because they're trying to actually pay the bills every month, right? Which is also part of the strategy. Which is, distract people and put people in a position where they can't even protest because they're just too busy trying to survive. They're doing a pretty good job of that also. So time's not on our side, but we don't need 50% plus one person. This isn't like you need voting to get this done. A couple percent, and that changes everything. So these are the kinds of solutions. So again, whatever the infinite solutions are, but if you sat down, I guarantee you, everybody listening to this, if you sat down from scratch without even knowing anything about healthcare, whether you do or not, you could never come up with a system as poor as the system that we have. It's impossible because it goes against any logic. It goes against financial incentives. Like if you sat down, you would probably be saying, well, what's a more cost-effective way to do this? What's a way to do this that would improve people's health. It turns out the people that are making these decisions about our healthcare system aren't worried about those two things. That's not actually a primary part of their thought process. And I learned this firsthand in the healthcare space, dealing with corporations, hospital systems, insurance companies all over the country. It doesn't even factor into their models of how to do things. It's crazy. So anyway.
Well, it's a great place to start because it's so broken, right? It's so broken that it's a great place to start.
It is. And then the other thing is, once you take your health back, then you realize the extent to which, the medical tourism part is one of it, but then you start realizing the degree to which we've been poisoned. And I will show this thing that I'm creating that I downloaded my DNA, and I've mentioned this before, and I've analyzed my actual genome against various risk factors. And I'll tell you, the next exercise I'm going to do is I'm going to map my risk factors against the USDA food pyramid. And then I'm going to start really asking serious questions about whether or not they put out these things intentionally to harm us. Because now I'm at a point where I realize, looking at these things, it's like, okay, now we have to go through detox. I have to go through like a detoxification process, depending upon how your body works and what the pathways are and how you clear various chemicals out of your body. Then you start looking at things like the impact of plastics, even the impact of perfumes. I just saw, a huge correlation between various perfumes and breast cancer and everything else, sunscreen, like literally everything that has been put out as a public health poster actually has negative health consequences. And it does certainly seem like, once you study the history of public health, that maybe that's intentional. So if we can get people, somebody said, she loved the idea of a 7-day fast. Like, fasting is something that they spend zero time teaching in medical school. Zero. It's actually not at all part of the curriculum. I think there's only like 24 hours or something of nutrition advice, zero on fasting. Well, I mean, I did the 40-day fast for Roger, but I've done hundreds of days of fasting at various points in time, and then studied it. It's like, after 3 days you reboot your reboot your immune system. After 7 days you start creating stem cells. There's no money in it. So they don't even try to teach it. The only reason a doctor would know about fasting is to know how long in advance before having a medical procedure you should not have food in your stomach. That's literally the only case. And so if you talk to your doctor about it, they literally have no information about it. But 40-day fast, this is something. Jesus did a 40-day fast. Moses did 2 40-day fasts, I believe.
Aristotle, was it Pythagoras?
It was Pythagoras. Multiple. In order to get into Greek mystery schools, allegedly you had to do a 40-day fast. I don't recommend a 40-day fast. The last 4 days were really bad. But 21-day fast, which Gandhi did, 21-day fast is great. There's a guy that does, Dr. Alan Goldhammer. He does water-only fasting clinics. And they've shown they've reversed cancer, they've reversed MS, and obviously things like type 2 diabetes and hypertension go away absolutely during that time period. And then you realize it's just like we've been pushed into all of this horrible nutritional advice, and they've codified it and they've called it public health, and they teach children this in textbooks in school, and it's really bad. So once you go through a fast and you're like, wow, they lied to us about all of this food and everything else. Then once you get your health back, then you really don't want to put up with any of this shit. And if you can avoid needing big pharma, which by the way, most of the time you don't need it at all. The biggest problem with getting people out of the healthcare system is that they're on prescription drugs that are now hard to get off of because of the negative effects of getting off of the prescription drugs. That's actually probably one of the hardest things to deal with. But the last thing that they want is a population that's thinking independently and in control of their health. So anyway, go on for I put the link here if anyone wants to join the chat. I've not done a very good job of sending this link out. I know you told me the other day you didn't get the link. I'm like, great. I forgot to. That's one of the things I got to automate in this process is making sure we get the link on. But anybody who wants to join the live chat, sometimes these things are they can get really interesting. We've had some really interesting conversations on here. So let's see, let me send around a couple of notes. See if any of our regulars. There is an upside, but again, like this is part of the automation process. This is part of the part where I have a profound sense that going into 2026, things have to scale. So everything that I'm doing now with all of these systems and all of these websites is making sure that they scale, making sure I can do the podcast quickly. If we're putting together onboarding for people for Freedom Dollar or whatever, confidential layer, the tools need to be easy to understand. And they need to be in multiple formats to help people. And then, you know, then we've got a shot. I mean, I don't regret the stuff that I've done over the last year and a half or so. It's been building to this. And frankly, we didn't have a lot of tools. A lot of the things that we now have weren't built yet, but now this is about adoption. And whether it's the ZBEC card or whatever it happens to be, which of course I can't use the ZBEC card with my de-Googled phone. That's one downside. So trying to work through that.
Phones, just have one you purchase things on and another one you.
Yeah, I'm going to have both. So the thing is, it's like, if I were to say, well, you know, I don't like Elon Musk, I'm not going to use X. We're not going to onboard people. You can't go into this echo chamber where, you know, you and 20 of your friends are talking to each other. We've got to bring people over. So, I mean, I always take the approach that the stuff that I'm using these, you know, big tech tools for, this is information I'm trying to get out. So, I mean, if somebody's spying on this, it's like, good, maybe they'll be exposed to the information, right? My problem is trying to get information out, not that I am trying to protect information. I'm trying to get as many people. Hey, you know, if there's an NSA representative or CIA person watching this, maybe they'll think about it and maybe they'll change their mind, right? It's not like everything that I'm an open book on this stuff. But there is kind of keeping a foot in each thing, because I've seen people that have gone out of their way to, you know, only use Linux computers, and then they're going around doing presentations and they can't get it to work with a projector, right? So their goal is to go communicate these ideas to someone, and then literally every time they go and do a presentation, they can't. And it's always a big hassle. So there's a trade-off on this stuff. But in any event, that's one of the things I want to investigate to see. The AI is good at this, and because of Mike's data and some of the other data, I would like to try to collect all of the different ways in which we're surveilled by government and corporations today. Because I started to do that with my first book. And this is where I found out that there are more surveillance cameras per capita in the US than China. But then we were on this podcast a couple of 2 episodes ago, and we created a book. In fact, let me pull that up just to remind people, books.brightlearn.ai. And we put together a book on the surveillance state within schools. So this guy on here, Rich Judas, I don't know if he's listening right now. He's like, he brought up the questions like, hey man, you know, since 9/11, is it different in schools than when we were in school in terms of surveillance? What kind of information are they collecting? And boy, that was a fun one. You know, we got to find out that, you know, everything from surveillance cameras to Microsoft is using Xbox to use the camera to examine the emotional state of kids and index the emotional state of kids, all the way down to how testing is working, healthcare data, and everything else. It's a complete surveillance state. And of course, Palantir's in there, Google's in there. You said I've known Gard for a while, and in fact, we've just missed each other. He's wanted to have me on, and maybe he's just not on X because we were going back and forth. So yeah, I'm very familiar with Gard. He's here in New Hampshire, but let me see so I guess I can't search for myself on here, or maybe the book isn't out. He's just updated this, but anyway, we wrote a whole book on the surveillance state in schools, and hold on, let me see. But to me, putting these things together visually, it's also related to this whole own nothing concept. I think if people knew truly how surveilled they are, And then even things like HIPAA and everything else. Look, the people you don't want to have your healthcare data already have it. The health insurance company and the government are covered entities. They can get all of this stuff. The government is providing 47% of healthcare. So when people think they're protected from HIPAA, who do they think they're protected from? The people you don't want to have the data already have the data. The only thing you're protected from is yourself. And your ability to use the information. They don't want it easy for us to have our own information because, God forbid we'd find out the liability of what their actions have been. But I mean, you do this across, you take the Snowden information, you take the tracking, even from things like that we don't think about. Remember the COVID contact tracing? Well, they were upgrading the terms of service on all of the cell phones, and then they were tracking where people were in relation to other people. You think they took that away? I mean, we're already being tracked. So part of me is like, yeah, I'm putting in place privacy solutions, but then the other part of me is I also won't do anything that will slow down my friction and ability to get information out, because that's one way they get you. It's already hard enough to get this information out as it is. Now I know I'm shadow banned on Groksucker, so I'm going to run some tests on myself and see if I'm actually broadly search banned. I may be completely search banned now. And that would be directly Elon Musk not wanting criticism of himself. This is why my feed is pro-propaganda of Elon Musk while I'm search banned. So understand that's what's going on. This is not a freedom of speech platform at all. Let me see if I can get these books. Maybe it works now.
Did you do one on quantum sovereignty?
I did.
Okay, so I see that one on here.
Yeah, I have an author page. Yeah, I have one with it. Yeah, so here we go. Now it's working. So I have let me see if I can I did the Silicon Cathedral, and he's updating these. So Mike just put together a new upgrade to the whole model and how this works. So he said he's rerunning all of these books. So here's my collection of books so far. This and the one that's not showing up, which is the one on, because there's a co-author, but I released today, Zano Unveiled. I have one on Quantum Sovereignty, the Uncensored Guide to Decentralized Health, AI-Powered Biophysics, and Reclaiming Your Body's Energy Code. The Cloudbuster Code, Unlocking Tesla's Lost Science for Chemtrail Detox, EMF Defense, and Weather Sovereignty. And by the way, I know almost nothing about this issue. So this actually just came about because we were having a conversation about it. And so I went on to Enoch. I went on to Mike's AI on my computer, and I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I'd like to know more about that. So I wrote a book about it, just gave it an outline. That's how cool. And then the Silicon Cathedral is a science fiction book that I wanted kind of in the style of Philip K. Dick, but it's about, essentially trying to predict out the end game or the logical conclusions of what happens with technocracy. But I worked on it from the standpoint of Curtis Yarvin. If you take what he says and his approach to these things, what does the world end up looking like? And so again, Mike continues to upgrade the way that the engine works, and he's adding new information all the time. But how cool is that? You can sign up for it too. All these books are free. You can download them as PDFs. You can read them online. You can create your own books. How cool is that? In fact, maybe I should create one on our topic tonight.
Yeah, let's do it. We've got words from your slides, right? Will it do it? Was that enough?
It should. Let me.
I mean, some of the data is a little bit out of date, but it's not bad. I mean, it's still relative. Where do you get the tokens for this, Aaron? It says book generation token required.
I think you have to be a member of his thing. Mike gave me a thing to be able to do this. But I think if you're a member of Brighteon and you do whatever the various activities are, that you can earn tokens. Let me.
Maybe I'll have to reach out to Mike. I'd like to write a few books.
Yep. That's a good question. You know what? Let me text him right now. See if. me see if he responds on that. Let me see. So yeah, oh shoot, that's not the right thing. Hold on.
You can feed it as much as 75,000 characters. Is that right?
You can, yes. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. And there's so I'll tell you what I do with this. So he's created a book, and this is, by the way, one of the ways that I use AI. This is a helpful tip, because you can either try to figure out how to do it yourself, or you can try to figure out how somebody else who's already done it that's better than you has done it, and you put that into the AI as the guidance. You can go either way, but if you go the way of trying to figure it out yourself, you're working against yourself. You really just want the end goal. So for instance, Mike has this great thing that he's created, this great engine, and hold on, and he's written a book for how to do prompts. So he's written this book, which I'll share right now. So here we go. He went ahead and used his own system to write a book, which is the ultimate guide to how to create AI powered books. So he wrote a 84-page book on this. It's like, all right, well, you know what? I'm not going to read this. I downloaded the book. I put the book into a database, and then I'm actually sitting over here in my coding environment, and I took the talking points for these slides that I created, and I'm asking my coding environment to look up the database for the infinite knowledge book, figure out what the rules are, and then create an outline optimized for that based on these talking points. So that's the exercise that we're going through right now. So hopefully we can see how it turns out. This is a little complex because it's trying to query the data. I would have just put the whole book in there, but the 284 pages is actually too big for this coding thing. But let me see. Oh, here we go. Now we've got it. Book outline, the engineered collapse. Let me share. Stop that screen. Let me share another screen. Oh, can I? Claude. Let me see if it's going to allow me. Might not. That's interesting. Well, that you won't be able to read that. Well, anyway, what I'll do is I'll show you. It's not that important to see this environment, but let me copy the outline that was created just based on these notes and asking it what to do based on Mike's guidelines here. So here we go. Format, clear formatting, share. All right, here we go. So this is the book outline. So based on what we talked about here tonight, we are doing the book outline is going to be called The Engineered Collapse. Part 1, The Heist. It's going to be a chapter called The Setup, then The Controlled Demolition, The Bailout Machine, Winners and Losers. Part 2, The Debt Bomb Rebuilt. Chapter 5, Zero Interest Rate Policy, The Zombie Economy, Consumer Debt Explosion, The Federal Debt Trap. Part 3, AI as Economic Life Support. Magnificent Seven Illusion, Productivity Lie, and the 2025 to 26 timeline, and then the exit strategy. Oh, it's got Bitcoin. Well, that's not good. We can't have that. Hold on. I'm going to have to.
No Zano in there.
Hold on. Freedom dollar check. So I'm doing that. And then the good news is, so as I mentioned before, I gave Mike all of the transcripts for all of these podcasts. So when it's generating this book, it may generate it in part based on these transcripts. and whatever else information he has. In fact, when he created the Zano book, I've been on Mike's podcast on Decentralized TV a couple of times. So that was one of the references in creating the Zano book. So now I'm having it rewrite this with Zano instead of Bitcoin. Then I'm going to throw that into, which I would show you the book thing, but I can't because I can't show you my key, my token key. I told Mike I would keep that private. But in any event, let me see what we've got here is Zano set up. All right, good. All right, so we've got a new outline. Target length 60 to 75,000 words, 16 chapters and an epilogue. I don't know how exact it's going to treat this, but let me try it out. All right. I'll get you in there as a co-author, Craig, because you co-authored this with me. We're calling this apparently you can do a 3-chapter book without a token.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's new. So that's great. All right, let me see.
For some reason, 9 chapters seems like a good amount.
Yeah, this one might be this is going to be on the longer side. Let's see what it says. Now it's building the outline. I can share this at this point. Well, in case my token comes up, I guess I won't. I just want to. It's building the outline from what I gave it, which looks like it's following the outline pretty well. All right. While that's going, hop over here so I can make sure I spell Craig's name right. All right. Here we go. All right. Now it's analyzing the book concepts, planning the cover art. I mean, this is amazing. I think he's up to 500 books so far. This thing's only been around for a couple weeks. But they're good books, and they're well laid out. And I haven't seen what the new model is like, so what the output's going to be.
Have you gone through a few of them?
Huh? Yeah, I've gone through a few of them, and I was stunned by the Panopticon book about education and surveillance in schools. That one was pretty shocking. I haven't read the Zano one, which was just published today, so I should probably look through that one and make sure it's accurate, because it's pretty long with a lot of technical details. So I'm wondering even how that worked. But let's here we go. The Great Unraveling. Let me see. Let me share this again. All right, the Great Alignment, how the 2008 heist was just the beginning. Look at that cover.
Pretty nice.
All right, it's going to research books, interviews, articles, and podcasts for sources. Do we want easy reading, academic, inspirational, instructional, whimsical, or doomsday?
I don't know, academic or inspiration. What do you think? I think it could be inspirational, right?
We could try it. All right, here we go. And when you're doing this, by the way, you're going to want to not use Gmail. Mike is incredibly suppressed on the Google platform, to the point where his voice print has been identified, and anything with even his voice in it, any interview or anything on YouTube, is immediately shut down.
Wow.
In fact, I was talking to Hakeem. He said the only interview he has ever had removed was his interview with Mike. So that's probably a good sign.
He's doing something right.
Yeah, I suspect it's a good sign. So we'll wait. It may not happen. I don't know what the backlog is, although I think it said we were the first in the queue. I don't know if this new one takes more time, but I will say I created 2 books on the last podcast, or two podcasts ago. We did 2 books in one podcast. So this will be pretty cool. So hopefully I can keep feeding him data. I may even give him some of my other access to some of my other databases, just because the more original source information he has, the better. And this is why I'm building this. I'm definitely not going to do it tonight. It's too late, but I'm going to build that RAID drive tomorrow. I've got 10 hard drives. Let's see.
What RAID configuration are you using? Do you know?
What's a RAID 10 configuration? And here, well, this isn't going to be. That's not that. Oh, where's my?
Are they solid state drives or magnetic drives?
Here we go. Let me, they're actually refurbished drives in order to do this cost effective. And again, Mike gave me the tips on all of this. So they're just standard. Each of this is a 26 terabyte Seagate refurbished drive, which I actually have coverage on through my plan. So you put 10 of those in. I have an enclosure over here, which I haven't unboxed yet. And it's based on the way that it works. You end up getting half of the disk space. But the reason to do this, he said, is that for small files, that he said he experimented with everything, and that this is by far the fastest solution if you're dealing with a lot of small files. I'm very grateful to him for giving me all of the research, because he's been playing around with this for a long time. So we dork out over some of the configuration stuff, but he's really figured this stuff out.
Yeah, that RAID's pretty cool. I have it in some of my servers.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What do you use?
Well, speaking of Michael Dell, so I have a bunch of Dell servers, and so yeah, I think it's RAID. I think I use RAID 6. Maybe it is. Let me see which one it is.
So the thing with RAID 10, it's superior performance, faster read writes, but sacrifices capacity, only 50% usable, tolerating 1 failure per mirrored pair. Can fail with 2 in the same mirror set.
Yeah. Yeah, so I use 6. RAID 6 for high default tolerance, survives 2 drive failures.
So it says, choose RAID 10 for high I/O database applications needing speed. Choose RAID 6 for bulk storage where capacity and redundancy. Any 2 failures are key.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and mine isn't huge. I want to say it's probably about maybe, I think it's like 8 terabytes. I think I have on one of them, and maybe 12 on another, something like that. But they're all solid state drives, so they're pretty fast.
Yeah, I bet. Have you had any issues with them, with it?
No, they have it pretty well calculated out. Dell knows exactly what the failure rate is, and they warranty it exactly to that time. And then you've got a 7-year window, and then they fail. And then when you have to buy another one, it has Dell firmware on it, and you can't just buy one on the open market. Otherwise, it doesn't recognize it. They've got something on there. So you have to buy it from Dell, and it's like 10 times the normal price. It's incredible. So you're better off after 7 years. You just buy another server, sell that server, and buy another one. So let somebody else who's smarter figure it out.
So this thing ended up being, I think, less than $5,000 for the whole 130 terabytes usable, but that's not bad. I was pretty impressed. Now it's ask me on Thursday if I get it connected right and get it all configured, because I haven't worked on a RAID thing for like 25 years or something. So, whatever, but I'm sure it's not going to be too complicated. God, do you remember 8-inch floppy disks?
Oh yeah. What they have on them? I mean, you could get ones with different capacity, but it was really low, right? I mean, you could get one that had I think there were 2 sizes, weren't there, on the floppies? You get one that had 10K and another one like 15K or something like that on it.
Yeah, I don't even remember now. I just remember Centurion was the company, and I mean, it's weird to even think about now. I think that we were first in the queue. Let me see. Priority. It said estimated wait time 20 minutes. So from when it started. So I don't know when that was, but we're at the top of the queue, and so now it gives a breakdown. Wow, he's really modified this whole process. This is great. So it says 16 minutes for book architectural review and planning. This extra time greatly improves the flow, continuity, and details of each chapter. By the way, I've been experimenting with these kinds of systems too. I was working on one for article generation, and it really is a pain to, because you're trying to write chapters, but then you want it to flow and you want the tone to be right. And it's just like trying to figure out the right formula for editing.
I'm feeling like inspirational probably wasn't the best one for us to pick.
We probably should have gone Doom. I wonder how it's gonna. I'm curious how it's gonna spin that. Actually, yeah. I mean, it could be inspirational because the last. So the parts 3 and 4. So part 3 is AI as economic life support, and part 4 is the exit strategy. So I can see how the exit strategy could be good. So it's Zano, the privacy lifeboat. Chapter 13, the freedom dollar. And chapter 14 is CBDCs, the trap to avoid. Chapter 15 is the parallel economy. Chapter 16 is preparing for 2026. Well, that was in our original outline. I don't know if this thing got restructured, but yeah, this could be inspirational.
Okay, good.
The first part should inspire you to watch The Big Short, Margin Call, and Too Big to Fail. I'll tell you, those are classic. Those are so rewatchable that I don't know why, but they really are. The Margin Call was pretty good.
Have you gotten used to those glasses? Can you wear them all day long?
No, I don't usually wear them during the day, but I have gotten used to them. And I have to wear them now because I've got all these lights and everything. But yeah, you adapt. You adapt after a while.
Because I got a pair the other day just to try it out, and it's sort of hard. I can go for like a half an hour with them on, and then I have to take a break. Did you notice that too with yours?
No, I'm on 4.5, 5 hours now, so hasn't been. I'm happy when I take them off, but
initially though, when you started, did you have to build up endurance with them, or were you could pretty much go 4 hours right out of the gate?
I don't think I paid much attention to it because I was wearing them on the podcast. So I think if I were not so actively engaged in the podcast, I probably would have noticed more. But so I really got these just to start at night because it's at 6:00, and so that was the first time I did it. Otherwise, I use this thing called Flux, which gets rid of the blue light, most of the blue light on the screen. I don't know if I know it's good for Mac. There may be other solutions for the PC, but I've been using this Flux for a while. So I'm used to my screen being kind of yellowish. The reason that in fact, I don't even necessarily need them if I'm just using my computer that already has the blue light filtered out. Although, as I learned from Jack Cruz and others, there's still issues even with Flux, but it's the other lights. It's actually the lighting for the podcast at night that absolutely requires it. Otherwise, it's kind of like toxic. But, I'm into the point where, now I'm going to wear these things at going to events. Or if you're in an event where there's a whole bunch of, LED lighting or whatever, it's just, it's kind of a thing. I'm starting to see more people wear them. It's I wouldn't say it's by any means mainstream, but it's definitely
catching on.
It's definitely catching on. Honestly, these don't fit that well. They're a little bit big. So if anything, I might get a different pair. They're okay if I'm sitting, but if I'm walking around, they're actually a little bit loose.
Yeah. What kind are those? Just curious.
They are let me see. I've got to look this up. Lucia eyes, Lucia eyes.
Have to check those out.
I'll put that in the. People have actually asked, so in case anybody's interested. Oops.
Yeah, just for your reference, the 8-inch floppy disk started with 80 kilobytes, and they ended up at 1.2 megabytes.
Ooh, 1.2 megabytes.
Yeah. You could put a lot on those. Those things were, you could hardly fill those back then.
It is funny to think about just the size and scope. I mean, my computer has a 16 terabyte hard drive. It's almost laughable. Mm-hmm. I remember having a Tandy computer that had an external hard drive.
That was Radio Shack, right?
It was Radio Shack. The external hard drive was 20 megabytes, and I think it was like 20 pounds. Like the hard drive was just ridiculous how heavy the thing was. So anyway, if anyone wants to join the chat, I guess we're not getting any of the regulars today. Maybe on Thursday. I think I'll do confidential layer, but I think I'm going to do just the confidential layer. What I'm going to talk about is the overview of what it is and what it does. I'm not going to do the whole walkthrough how to use it because I want to spend some time coming up with a better way of doing that. And I don't know if I'll have time by Thursday, but there are a lot of applications, and I haven't even fully dug into. You can swap cryptocurrencies. So you can actually use confidential layer to take your Bitcoin and then swap it into Ethereum. And so when you start thinking about things like DeFi, there are a lot of applications for this. So I think that there are going to be a lot of crypto traders and a lot of people using this and a lot of use cases that I need to study and kind of understand the breadth of. I mean, because obviously I'm focused on, all right, well, we have to fight CBDCs and all this other stuff, but I think there are broader applications. So I'm going to track that down and then make sure. I want to see if it's in the. Actually, let me see right now if it's in the Bitcoin.com wallet. But the thing that made it, the interface through confidential layer itself is a little clumsy. I think I did show it on here at one point, and it was I played a video, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't ready for. It's like 4 steps, and if one of the steps fails, it's kind of weird. But this Edge wallet has the ability to just swap right in the wallet, BTC to BTCX right within the wallet. I mean, it's like one click. So that's a big deal. And by the way, related to that, so somebody asked, so, there are ways to make money with this stuff. You can, if you have a website and you're selling products, you're going to be able to use a plugin where you can accept Zano, Freedom Dollar, BTCX, ETHX. So when you think about that, I mean, this represents a couple $1 trillion of potential purchasing power. We've got to get the word out to people about that, but it's actually a pretty big deal in terms of what it opens up for market potential for retailers. And then, the other thing is, when I show these things, people are like, well, how do I get this non-KYC? I mean, you've got to go through hoops right? I mean, you could honestly buy a stable coin through an exchange, which is tracked, and then swap it through a non-KYC service. There's not a good direct way. You can buy Zano directly with a credit card, but that's not, to me, that's not all that valuable. Now somebody knows you bought Zano with a credit card. So now somebody's going to come around and look and say, well, did it appreciate in value? Did it decrease in value? And then, the way the IRS works is they'll just assume the worst. And then you can't provide any of the information. So, I get a stable coin like Tether, and then I hate Tether, but a good use case for it is at least you've pulled it off the exchange, and what's tracked is that you pulled something off that was stable in value, and then you swap it. But I think the more important thing is setting up marketplaces for people to be able to sell services and goods where you can earn in Zano. I think that's an important way to do this. This is why I think the medical tourism application is so big, because it's a $100 billion market. And one of the pain points for the market is the payment mechanism. Providers are already worried about credit cards. They already have issues with PayPal. And I will tell you, good luck sending a wire internationally if you've never done it before, which most people have not. Most people have never sent a wire at all. And then the number that have done it internationally is even smaller than that. It's really a pain. Mm-hmm. And it's a big choke point for all of this, right? I mean, if the government's flagging transactions of all kinds, well, you want to go get a hip replacement and it's $25,000. And now all of a sudden you're sending a $25,000 wire to Thailand. And now all of a sudden somebody from the bank gets involved, and then you've got to go through and meet with people and go through all of this other stuff. Because remember, the bank can, reject any transaction. They can cancel your account without cause. And this is the kind of stuff that they don't want to see. So to me, this is a natural for Freedom Dollar in particular, is a natural for all parties involved, because it's stable value and no chargebacks. The transaction fees are like a cent, right? So this is so to me, now, of course, nobody knows about it. So the whole point is build a medical tourism site that has all the best information. And then as people are inquiring about the service, the facility will be notified that, hey, here's an interested customer, and they're also interested in potentially using this. And then that'll take them back to a sign-up page. This is why I want to create this kind of, university isn't necessarily the right thing, but a really good walkthrough for onboarding people. That's not just a 2 to 3 minute video. I mean, have a 2 to 3 minute video as well, but really go through and walk through the whole thing. Because I'm going to assume, if I'm a medical provider in Thailand, I've never heard of Freedom Dollar or Zano before. I think that's a fair assumption. So you want to be able to encapsulate not just, hey, here's how to download a wallet, but here's what it is. Here's why it's important, right? This is the context of this in terms of the pain point that it's solving. And we could do this with food, as we talked about before.
And yeah.
I mean, it's big for them as well. And, but I think medical tourism might be the single best application for it. But just get people used to using it. And again, not because you're doing anything illegal, but because you may not even know it yet, but your bank will stop transactions. PayPal has offboarded medical providers before. I mean, there's already a long history behind this for no reason. It's kind of like Operation Choke Point 1.0. These guys won't hesitate to halt transactions. And, the government's not going to like medical tourism. You have no idea how many scams there are based on funding from the medical system that have nothing to do with the medical system. Like in New Hampshire, they use this Medicaid enhancement tax at the state level, and then the state took half of the money that was supposed to be for hospitals and they put it in the general fund. There are so many scams that, I mean, hey, maybe with AI, I can download all of the laws and start doing. This is the kind of stuff people are really not going to like, is doing an analysis of these laws. Like, I was thinking about starting to analyze these bills in the Senate by kind of like the way we're doing with the Own Nothing thing, where it's like, okay, here's a bill, here's how much it's going to cost, but then who are the beneficiaries, and then tracking that back to the donations to the politicians. Because that wouldn't be hard to, I've already downloaded the FEC database of political contributions. Well, this stuff with AI would not be hard to put together. And you put a few visuals together and you're going to be able to see exactly. And you do it in a funny way. People always joke about, hey, politicians should have like NASCAR uniforms where they've got the patches and the logos on them. You could literally do that. You could take this bill and it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess Marco Rubio is not a senator, but Chuck Schumer, and then here's Chuck Schumer with his patches related to this bill. You could do that, and that might be an effective thing to do. I participated in weekly Monday night call with several NDs, HDs, and herbalists, and I promoted OSR, listing to them these last 2 weeks. Oh, great! I appreciate that. And by the way, I hope everybody checks out the site. It is in, as I said last week, that it's in beta, and I want feedback and suggestions. It is not perfect. I know it's not perfect, but I don't even know the degree to which it's not perfect. I'm sure there's so many good ideas that I haven't thought of that, we've got $1,000 Freedom Dollar bounty program. And so if we accept your change, whether it's based on a feature improvement or a bug or whatever, if we accept those, then you can also earn some Freedom Dollar doing that. And, January 1st is coming up soon. So we want to get it improved as much as we possibly can. And, again, this is just the beginning of the whole alternative medical thing. The medical tourism is just one piece. We have 3 different stages to it, but it's going to take a lot of work to get it right. And the most important thing is, does it make sense to you? Because it can make sense to me sitting here buried in this stuff all the time, and that doesn't mean anything. So I want it to be easy. But and there are some features that I already know I'm going to add that I haven't, but more community. I think people will want to share their story. If we can get people to share their stories about billing problems and issues that they've had with the existing system. And we know the high level stats, but stats only sell so much. Personal stories do a much better job. And you could imagine if all of a sudden, every time I talk to somebody, whether it's at a social gathering or at a dinner, I ask them questions about the healthcare system, and it doesn't take long for somebody to launch into a story of either them directly or a family member. I've never found somebody who said, "Oh no, not me. I've always had great experience with the medical system." It's unless you're dealing with kids that have never actually entered the medical system, it's 100%. You're going to find somebody. If you can get those people to go on camera, or if not on camera, to write up their stories and then share that around, because you know what? Everybody's had this experience. And if at some point it turns out people think that it was an isolated experience, and now everybody realizes, hey, wait a minute, everybody's had this experience. Why are we putting up with this? This might be a way to get people to do something. Now, let me check on our book. I know it's getting a little late here. Let me see if we've got, I was kind of hoping we could at least. Oh, it's there. It's not, I didn't get the email on it, but it is up. So here we go. Let me share this out with my co-author. Here we go. The Great Unraveling, how the 2008 heist was just the beginning. So let's see. Let's see what's in our bestseller here. Understanding the deliberate inflation of the housing market, the role of Goldman Sachs and AIG in creating counterparty risk. Look at that. 2008 financial crisis wasn't a market correction. It was a deliberate demolition. We're in here talking about mortgage-backed securities.
I think I saw Tim Geithner in there. His name.
Did you see Geithner in there?
I saw pop through there. So this is coming off of Mike's AI, his Enoch or whatever he's renamed it.
Yeah, this is coming off of his thing. It's not even just his thing; it's his thing plus more data. So he released Enoch whenever it was a couple of months ago, but then he has trained it on, so he has collected so much more data. I mean, he has 10 of these RAID arrays at least. He has over a petabyte of data.
Wow.
And he has multiple machines processing this stuff all of the time. And I know he just did a data load either yesterday or today that included my stuff. So here we go. So here are the sources: Matt Taibbi, Griftopia, Nomi Prinz. It takes a pillage. I like that. That's good. Here we go. Barry Ritholtz, Bill Fleckenstein. And Aaron Tapp, Bailout Nation. Then we have Natural News and Mercola. So that's just for that chapter. The zombie economy and its risks. Housing bubble, the Fannie and Freddie. So those short chapters. This one's got some InfoWars and then Neil Howe from the Fourth Turning. I'm going to be interested to see how it handled the Zano stuff. This is going to be the most challenging. CBDCs, extended financial reach, FinCEN, financial privacy. Let's see what the reference citations are. InfoWars, Ritz-Holtz. Well, I guess maybe it doesn't go into too much technical detail on this one. I was kind of thinking it would
reference some of your stuff.
Yeah, I hope the CBDC one does. Well, not yet on that, but anyway, I encourage everybody to run out and download this for free. I'm going to put the direct link into the chat. It looks like it's a pretty good book. Looks like it does hit a lot of the key points. We've got the bailout machine here. We have from 700 billion to 16 trillion, the hidden scale of Fed loans. So we've got TARP. We've got, have you, Nomi Prinz, are you familiar with this? Collusion, how central bankers rig the world?
Yeah, that name sounds familiar.
Bailout Nation, how greed and easy money corrupted Wall Street. So anyway, this looks like a good read. And
sort of fun. We get to read and see what's in our book.
Hey, this is more than I've read
in our book. What do we?
More than I've read some of my books. Nvidia's $3 trillion valuation, so it's a
little bit behind because it's pushing 5.
Yeah. Federal Reserve ZIRP has played a crucial role in inflating Nvidia's valuation by keeping interest rates artificially low. Distortion. It's kind of interesting because it could have gone either way because my outline was more pro AI. And so I'm a little bit surprised that it's taking this.
So it seemed like if you feed it 75,000 symbols, you're going to probably have a heavy influence in what gets written. But if you only feed it a little bit, it'll pull from the AI. It'll pull from the data that's in Mike's. Do you think that's how it works?
Probably. The best way for me to know is when I read the Zano book, because I gave it a lot of information in the Zano book. So what I did for the Zano book is I actually created my own database where I scraped all of the information from the Zano website, all of the white papers, all of the articles, even the GitHub. And then I downloaded and translated all of the major interviews that the founders did on multiple platforms. I put that into a database, and then I had my thing spit out an outline, but then also I put in a section at the end with the source information. So it'll be interesting for me to see what it did with it, because that one was one where I'm like, yeah, I mean, why would I expect his database to have all of this that you would have? I mean, that's niche, right? You know, extracting GitHub information is, maybe he's done it. I mean, actually, given some of his data sets, maybe he has, but I'll have to look at that and see your role in shaping the post-2026 economic landscape. Will not be the end of the world. It'll be the beginning of a new one. Financial collapse has been engineered over decades, will finally unravel, but this moment is not cause for despair. It's an invitation. Invitation for you to step into your power, to reclaim your sovereignty, and to actively shape the economic landscape that emerges from the ruins of the old system. The question is no longer whether the system will fail, it already has, but whether you will be a passive victim or an architect of what comes next. So this is good. So I think it's got the good inspirational piece in there. I like it. So yeah, I mean, I'll scan this, but you know, this seems like it probably does a good job of, let's see, the time to act is now. Start small, but start today. Audit your dependencies. Where are you still relying on the systems that seek to control you? Begin replacing those dependencies one by one. Move your money out of big banks and into credit unions or precious metals. Join or start a local mutual aid network. Learn a skill that can be bartered: gardening, carpentry, herbal medicine, or mechanical repair. Educate yourself on decentralized technologies like Zano, which offer true financial privacy. Unlike the surveillance coins pushed by globalists, connect with others who are doing the same. The post-2026 world will belong to those who have already built the networks, the knowledge, and the infrastructure to thrive outside the collapsing system. The elites are counting on your fear and inertia. Prove them wrong. That's pretty. I mean, that's
pretty
great.
good.
That's awesome.
Well done. Well done.
Oh, I like it. I like our book. Great job, co-author.
Writing a book's never been easier, right?
No, it hasn't. I was developing my own book writing thing as well, which I might actually use, because I still want to do that one on tokenization. And so I don't think there's any way to get, I mean, I have very specific, explicit data that I wanted to use. And then I was also thinking, I also want to format it in a very specific way. Like, even when I wrote my first book, I was like, okay, I mean, actually I had an image at the beginning of each chapter. I had a quote, and then, I structured it a certain way. And then I had key takeaways at the end. I wanted it to be something you can skim. And I want something to have a good visual format that also does have some images or maybe even memes incorporated with it, because I'm trying to demystify this tokenization thing, and so I might do it this way. But at the same time, then I have been thinking a lot about it. This is why I haven't written articles. It's like, when I think about the time that I put into writing like one of these 5,000 word articles versus, writing a book, if you set this thing up. So I've been trying to do this for a while. So I'm like, all right, I write articles for the Brownstone Institute. I write articles for a few other things. And these articles are similar tone, right? So I'm like, okay, train the AI on my tone, give it my articles that I've actually written, take my transcripts and then build my style, right? So it's not, so you're actually, that's one of the things that it's calling. So I've only ever submitted one article that was generated by AI in this way. And it was a 1,000-word article for the Agorist Nexus, which is a thing that no longer exists, but it was like a monthly thing. And it was okay. But it is the kind of thing, like with all these things, you have to tweak them. But after a while, it's like, yeah, this is the way I try to present information. This is my voice. This is my information. The hardest part is editing. And it's like, oh, there's an extra space here. There's a dash here. There's a grammar thing. It's like, I don't feel like I'm cheating if I'm using the AI for that, right? Like and that's the most time consuming part. Editing is by far the most. I can write stuff really fast, but the editing takes probably 5 times as long as the writing.
Well, just the flow, like when I write something like that, it's like, this just doesn't sound right here, but if the AI, if it does a better job at that, I'm okay with that. I don't have to fight with words. It's like, that's not exactly what I want to say there. But if you let it do some of the work, and if there's something you don't like, you can go in and say, I don't like that. Let me change it. That's a better way, right?
Exactly. Well, and this is what I like to say about, you learn about yourself when you're doing this, because in trying to put together an AI to create articles, it caused me to go through, what is my process for creating articles? Because you get to the point where you just do stuff, but it's like, well, why do I do it that way? So, I put together an outline, and then I collect the information, and I put these things in these pieces. And then I'm like, all right, was there a better way to do that? Right. And so, at the end of it, you end up with a superior product. Even Jeffrey Tucker, who was a little bit skeptical on AI to begin with, he even wrote, he's like, yeah, you know what? This thing is actually even better at turning phrases than I am. He's still resisting using it. He's still trying, but it's kind of, there was another guy that recently he gave a speech kind of anti-AI, but then I had my setup where I was at this event, and I showed him how it worked. He's like, hey, I could maybe use this to send emails in my tone. He's like, I don't want to write articles or write books in this way, but if I could use this to, say, respond to someone with my classic tone, he's like, all of a sudden he was kind of convinced. This happens. Like I'm not ready to do it yet, but I may do a podcast, or at least like the educational content part of it is AI generated, because the voice clone is perfect based on the amount of data. Well, look, some days I have a cough, some days I'm tired. So is it, if I'm going to be going through organization that I've outlined, right, and presenting information, do you want the version of me that's sick with a cough, or do you want the best version of me? What's actually the most effective, right? So we'll find out. We'll see how well that actually pans out. But I do want to try that. I may not use it often, but I can see doing it for clips as well. You know, if you want to get a clip perfectly right for a short 1 minute thing. So Alabama John said he wants to talk to you right now. He's also live on Rumble. Come by when you are free. Alabama John. All right. Well,
Do you know
I encourage
do you know Alabama John?
I do not.
No.
Should I?
It sounds like someone that's been on before. I remember it from one of the shows we were on before. I remember that name.
I remember somebody saying it, but I'm not sure. I don't know if the person was actually on. Let me go to Rumble and see. So we got here with Alabama John. All right, he's live chilling with oh, there we go. Well, yeah. Maybe I'll check that out. I don't know.
Did he just have a question or something, or was it?
Said he wants to talk to you right now. I'm busy. I might stop by. How long will he be on? I mean, we're getting close to the end here, but I may take a break and pop in. Probably should see what it's all about. I'll give him a follow.
Oh wow, there's still, yeah, I wasn't even looking in Rumble. There's quite a few comments in there tonight.
Yeah, we get a good decent amount.
Some people are getting the book. That's good.
I hope people like the book. It's yeah, I was gonna take the I'm almost at a point to do it. So the Silicon Cathedral book that I wrote, I was gonna take the contents of that and have it converted into a movie trailer, just as a demonstration of how all this stuff can work. I think people are going to be surprised about movies, full-length feature movies this year. Again, we'll go through our predictions with Mike, and I'm sure I'll be wrong, but also probably under represent what's happening. Because I mean, at this point, you can clone the voices, you can take images and then convert them into video that have your face in it. So you can edit the images with the video. It's actually not hard to string together. The hardest part is that, for the most part, these top video models are only like 5 to 10 seconds each. So you end up having to stitch together a whole bunch of individual pieces. And so that's how I do the music videos, is I create, I've got the lyrics, and then I have a whole like advisory structure to come up with what the aesthetic is for each of the scenes that matches up with the lyrics. And then it actually generates images for each of the segments. And then it animates the images and then stitches the whole thing together. But understanding that that's how it works, once the models extend, once it becomes 15 seconds instead of, 5, and now that there are different models that are good at different things, some are better at editing in the person. So you may go through like it may be an image first, then you convert it to this kind of video, and then you edit that video. You go video to video. So you go text to image to video, and then video to video. So it's like 4 steps for each of the individual like 5 to 10 second, say, intervals. But the thing is, once you have it automated, then you actually have like, you can set up an advisory panel. So you've got your director, you've got your visual, you've got like 4 or 5 different people. Well, you spit out the image and then they review the image until it meets a certain criteria. So they're like, so anyway, there's a lot of processing that goes on, right? This is the kind of stuff that, again, manually would take forever. It may take 5 hours of processing, 6 hours of processing, but it's 6 hours of computer processing. And at the end, you get something pretty good. Well, by the time this year's over, with the way that these things are advancing, I truly think you're going to have full movies.
It's amazing.
So maybe we'll turn our book into a movie. We'll have some other thing turn it into a screenplay.
Yeah, I've got one ready to go. Black Box. That's the name of it.
Black Box. You got a screenplay, really?
Yeah.
What is it? What can you say? What it is?
Yeah. So it's it's a how do I put this? So a guy gets hired by the government, or someone in the government who is realizing that something's gone nefarious. And so what they do is, it's a trader, right? And he, and he uses all these skill sets to figure out what the crooks are doing. And, and he's pulled away into a special bunker, where he's has to live under these tough conditions because it's a closed loop deal where no one can figure out what's going on. Yep. And so he only gets to leave on occasion, to go home. And then ultimately, like, his wife gets killed, and so he has to send his kids off to some place in Europe, to protect them. And then ultimately, like, they end up, it's kind of funny how they end up using, you could almost use some of this stuff in there, how they move money to obviously, we talk about manipulated markets, how they move money to influence what's going on, so they know where they find a point in time where they know pretty much what the market's going to do. And then they know that they've got, the quote unquote bad guys ready to influence it. But what they do is they mask it with a bunch of different traders, faux traders, that come in and mask what's going on and confuse the other side. And then they ended up winning and, basically saving the system. So that's it in a nutshell.
So have you written this? Is this a book or a screenplay?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably 80 pages worth of stuff, and I just add to it every once in a while. I'll just be running or doing something, and I'll have another idea for it, like a little, that would fit in there, so it's just, I've sort of built it over time, just added to it I don't know, it's probably been 8 years I've probably been adding to it. So at some point, maybe I'll do something with it now that you can actually turn it into a video.
Yeah, no, you should totally do that. I mean, actually, it wouldn't be hard to do like a trailer of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, by the end of the year, you could probably turn the whole thing into a movie.
Yeah. No, it'd be fun. I've always wanted to do that. Now we can write books in 15 minutes and we can create movies. Get a bigger machine and create a movie in, 2-3 days, you could probably create a movie. I don't know.
This time next year, we're going to be on this podcast and Craig is going to create his movie in real time during the Q&A. I would not be surprised. I actually would not be surprised. That's where I think that this stuff is going. So
yeah.
That's awesome. Well, that sounds good. I look forward to seeing that develop.
Yeah, it's been fun. Just that's the way I like to do things. Is I'm not really like just sit down and bang something out like that. 2 weeks, a month. Some writers, they just go into hibernation and they just write and write and write. For me, it's just been, you come up with the idea, and that's the whole thing, right? Black box trading, black box. You don't really know what's going on. Nobody really knows what's going on is, in these black boxes. And so that's the key, is trying to figure it out. And so it's been fun listening to different events that occur and, taking a concept from it and saying, wouldn't it be funny if, you know what I mean? And then just adding that in there. So it's just been a compilation of what's really gone on out in the world, over time, but just adding, plus where you think it's going, I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about, that event. What would be really interesting is if we could put enough stuff in there to actually get the canary in the coal mine before this event occurs, write the movie and then put it out there. There's something to that, calling it out ahead of time. Wouldn't that be fun? I mean, that would be something else.
You've got to work Lutnick in there somewhere, though.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. There's a Lutnick Brock Pierce angle that should be explored.
We'll do it. We'll put it in there.
Awesome. So this guy, he should discover who Satoshi is. There's another angle for you.
Yeah, because who's the attorney he calls out in Florida?
Meyer Lansky's attorney. Yeah, there you go. You've got several arcs here.
Yeah, they do it over lunch. They meet over lunch, right? In some tiny little diner or some little deli, and they talk it over.
A laundromat. All right.
That's good.
Awesome. All right. Well, it's 11 o'clock, so we're on 5 hours. So, do you have any parting thoughts that you want to share before?
No, I think we hit it pretty well tonight. We covered RAID 6 drives, RAID 10 drives. We wrote a book. I say it was a pretty productive night.
Very productive night. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for coming on. I thought this was a great episode. I hope people got something out of it. I hope people start thinking about some parallels and looking at what's going on. And again, don't be a victim, because bad things are coming our way, but we don't have to be victims to them. We can build our way out.
Yeah, get out front of it.
Yep. All right. Well, have a good night, and I'll be back Thursday at 6 p.m. tentatively to talk about confidential layer. At least that'll be part of it, and a general overview, and part of it will be probably a multi-series, and then we'll take it from there. Hopefully, I'll have my RAID drive set up all going.
Yep. I look forward to that one.
Yep. Awesome. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Aaron.
Thanks. Bye.
Good night.
Live free or die, but that's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bill. Quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballad like it means something real. Two wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We say no, no to the chase, no to the dollar running through our veins, no to the white coats, no to the lies. This is the day that we rise. It's hurts right here, it's hurts right now. Your rights are yours, you take them back, not giving out. Not from the left, not from the right. They were always yours, now step into the light. The daylight breaks, a new day comes. We take it back, every last one. Live free or die, we fan the flame. Nothing will ever be the same.